Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Uh, well, it is the stream once again. It is the stream. It is the stream. Okay. Uh, so I guess let me go ahead and get Fox in here and we can get started. I'm teaching him how to play Yu-Gi-Oh. This is it. This is the time. I'll probably need to pick out some music just to play in the background so that we're not listening to the same song for a while. But I'm gonna hop in now. Yep. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, hello. Maybe I should change the
Hello. Hi.
category to just chatting.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, hello. I don't know if I should go to the simulator category or if I go to just chatting. Eh, oh,
They don't have an option for EDO Pro?
they do.
Oh,
I'm just wondering if I should do that category or if I should do just chatting. I'll just do Edo Pro. Edo Pro, as it's pronounced. They do give the pronunciation on the website for some reason.
I noticed that they were very specific about
Very
that.
specific, yes.
All right.
Okay.
What do I need like a notepad and pen or?
No, I mean, if you want to write stuff down, you can. I won't stop you, but ideally you won't. Um, Let me just find some music to play in the background. Um, I mean, I've been playing Guilty Gear a lot in the pre-streams, so I don't want to go do that. I've been playing Hi-Fi Rush. Let's play Hi-Fi Rush music.
I was gonna say just put on Hi-Fi Rush.
Yeah. Uh, all right. We can just start that playlist. Okay. Play that nice and low. I do want this to be a little lower because we're going to be talking.
Yeah.
All right. So, actually, these have got lyrical tracks. Maybe that's not. It'll be distracting. You know what? Actually, perfect. FTL.
Ooh.
That'll be a good soundtrack to talk over. There we go. Okay. So, I guess let me go ahead and get Edo Pro up on the screen, though I'm not sure I'll be using it immediately. And then I'll stream it in Discord as well. There you go. Okay. Uh, game, but, but.
You can change the background on EDO Pro?
Yeah, I actually have made like a whole theme. Um,
Man,
so
I'm gonna
I
need to
don't.
know that.
There are like custom themes. I don't actually know how to make a custom theme, but I do know how to swap out the files, and they just kind of work. So, anyway, so I guess let's just start this off with figuring out what the base is. How much do you know about Yu-Gi-Oh? I assume it's just the stuff you watched in the anime.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's. I mean, I've seen the cards at work in a box, but
Hmm.
that's it. And then I spent like 20 minutes messing around with Yugioh Pro this afternoon, but
Okay. Let me get some water real quick, and then we'll get started.
okay, I'm gonna grab a Red Bull. Also hydrating and delicious. Can I had guess? God, you smell good. Thank you know, I've got a fan going in my room, so it's all white noise. So it's just.
Okay, I'm back. Hi. What's happening?
Hi.
Okay.
I was just making a joke.
Oh, you're making a joke. Okay.
Funny joke.
Funny joke. Hee hee. Tee hee. Haha. Hoo hoo.
Yeah. So a frog walks into a bar.
Okay.
Can I say no? Do you have 11 minutes?
All right. So, let me think. So, all right. Let me just go into a test hand real quick, and then I can point to parts of the field. So, the goal of Yu-Gi-Oh, naturally, is to reduce your opponent's life points to 0. You're going to do that by summoning dudes. You're going to swing in, punch them in the face. It'll be great, right? So,
With you so far.
So the types of cards. Let me hop out of here. Actually, there are 3 primary types of cards. There are monsters. Monsters are, they go in the front row. They go in the front row. They have stats. They have levels. They have effects. And these are the things you're going to be swinging in with, right?
Yep.
And then there are spells. Spells you play from the hand, and they have effects. Sometimes they stay on the field, sometimes they don't. I'll get into that later. For the most part, they don't. And then traps are the ones that you set face down into your back row, and you can flip them face up in response to certain things, to do things.
Okay.
And then if we'll look at the board here. So this right here, these 5 squares in the front, that is your main monster zone. That is where you're going to be summoning monsters to, like so. Like that. Those go in the front row here.
And that monster is in defense mode.
Yes, that is in defense mode.
Okay.
And then in the back row, this is your spell and trap zone. That is where you're going to be putting your spells and traps, like this one. You just activate that, and then
What are the
that searches
blue
me
and
a
red
card.
arrows?
But, so the blue and red arrows are your pendulum zones. We'll get into those later. For now, that's just part of a mechanic. Yeah, you don't need to know about right now.
Got it.
And then over here on the left is your field spell zone. If your deck contains a field spell, like this one doesn't have a field spell.
I'm sorry, are these all decks that you've made?
Yes. Well, half made, half stole from the internet, but yeah. Here, Curly. We just shuffle, and then where's the field spell? There's the field spell. I mean, I probably didn't need to do this, but yeah, so this is a field spell. When I activate it, it goes to the field spell zone, and it stays there.
Okay, I got one of those earlier with the base deck I have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so those field spells go to the field spell zone and stay there. I should probably go over the different types of spells, but... and then over here's your main deck. Your main deck is where you're going to be drawing cards from. That's going to have all your, like, main deck monsters, spells, and traps, etc. And then over here is your extra deck, and this is going to be full of your fusion, synchro, Xyz, and link monsters. Basically monsters that you're going to be summoning not from, like, your hand or deck, but from quote-unquote outside the game. That is so like if you want to fusion summon something, that is where you would put the monster that you want to summon when you're building your deck. Does that make sense?
Other than the fact that I don't know what a fusion summon is, yes.
You don't know about fusion summons? They did that in the anime.
Did they do it in the first
Polymerization.
3 seasons?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
that.
Got it.
Okay. And then these two here are the extra monster zones. When you summon a monster from the extra deck, you have the option of, instead of putting it in the main monster zone, you can put it in the extra monster zone instead. And that's just like an extra zone that you can summon things to. And you can't have cards in both extra monster zones. You can only have a card in one extra monster zone at a time, barring specific circumstances, but we'll get into that later.
I'm assuming that there's just an exception to literally every rule in this.
Well, yeah.
Got it.
And then over here is your graveyard. That's where cards go when they are spent, generally. You know, when you use a spell, that's where it'll go. When a card gets destroyed, that's where it goes. And over here is your banished zone. Or your banishment, I think they're calling it now. That is basically the super graveyard. You can think of it like that. It's basically just
super?
Because there's a lot less cards that can retrieve cards from the banished zone than there is that can retrieve them from the graveyard. One thing, once you start looking at different archetypes, one thing you'll notice is that a lot of the time the graveyard almost serves as a second hand. Like there's a lot of effects that can activate when they're in the graveyard and while they're in the graveyard, and etc. etc. And a lot of ways to recur from the graveyard.
Graveyard is extra hand space in the anime.
Yeah.
And is it an anime?
Hmm?
Is it an anime? Does that count as an anime, or is it just a cartoon?
What?
The Yu-Gi-Oh show.
That's an anime. I mean, have you seen Yugi? Like,
well, yeah. Okay, by that definition. Okay, so this is going to get into a completely unrelated debate, so I'll keep it short. But that's like saying that the argument that of whether or not Avatar: The Last Airbender is an anime or a cartoon.
I knew it was going to be Avatar for the moment you started saying that.
So, before we keep going, what's your position on that?
I don't really have one.
You should, and the position should be it's an anime because it's an anime.
Okay. Sounds good. Okay. So that's all the zones.
Okay.
On the field, and then obviously up here is your life points. You start at 8,000.
It's not. It used to be 5,000. I thought
4,000 in the anime, but it was always 8,000 in the actual game.
Oh. Yeah, 4,000 always seemed really low because it's like, oh, one attack and you're at 1,200 life points.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go over the components of a monster here. Look at Pearly. So up here so here's the name of the card. This is Pearly. In the top right, you have the attribute. The attribute is just, it can be light, dark, fire, wind, water, or earth. Doesn't do anything on its own, but there are some cards that rely on a card's attribute to do things. That will like
color coded or
yeah. So like, where did Pearly go? There we go. Yeah. So like, light is the yellow one, dark is the purple one, fire is red, wind is green, etc.
Okay.
Those aren't really important unless there's a card that's specifically mentioning the attribute, because they don't do anything on their own. And the same is true for the type down here. That is just another descriptor, basically. So Pearly is a fairy card. So if a card interacts with fairies somehow, it will interact with Pearly.
I'm sorry, can I step away for like 2 minutes really quick? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Be right back.
How's chat doing? I know I kind of jumped into this. Excuse me. Everybody have a good weekend? Yeah. Sorry. Ah, God. I know I shouldn't be coughing into the mic like that. Shout outs to the FTL soundtrack, by the way. It's very chill. It provides exactly the vibe you would need for a space game. Alright, I was cleaning up secrets in Hi-Fi Rush, and that soundtrack is very good. Was half expecting that for BGM here. Yeah, I thought about it, but there's lyrical tracks in there, and it'll probably get distracting. So I figured, at the FTL soundtrack would be better to just talk over. I will probably start doing Hi-Fi Rush for pre-streams once Accent Core runs dry. Yeah, because of sub-story music. Oh, God, I'm hiccuping. Really? There's a better deck I could show things with. Maybe heroes? Yeah. Yeah, fuck it. Akrid can join for the Yu-Gi-Oh discussion. I don't want Akrid in the way of chat though. There we go.
Akrid's on screen. Sorry, my landlord knocked on my door.
Oh, okay. Okay, so where was I? All right, monster parts. Let's go back to Burly. That's the one I was gesturing at. So over here is the level of the monster. That can be anywhere between 1 and 12. Burly is a level 1 monster, hence the only having 1 star. Level is actually relevant to the gameplay because you can only normal summon a monster without tributing anything if it is level 4 or lower. If it is level 5 or 6, it needs 1 tribute, and if it is level 7 or higher, it needs 2. And that is if you are...
Okay.
Yeah, that is if you're normal summoning it, which you get 1 normal summon per turn. We'll get into that later.
Okay.
I'm going to be saying we'll get into that later a lot.
Yes, but eventually we'll get to it.
Yeah, we will get to it eventually. Okay. Right to the right of the type, you're going to see any... I don't know what these are called. I guess super types? Question mark. But they're just descriptors. They're more descriptors. Sometimes they're relevant, like Ash Blossom is a tuner that is relevant for synchro summoning, but whatever. There's not like a ton of these, and the important ones are even fewer. Is a lot of them just kind of don't exist. Really, the only one I can think of that you'd need to care about is tuner. And the rest are just whatever. Yeah. Sometimes it'll say tuner. In that case, it's a tuner. But we'll get to that.
Okay.
We'll get to that. But yeah, those are... So this is an effect monster. That just means it has an effect. The alternative is it could be a normal monster. We'll get one you probably recognize. Blue Eyes White Dragon is a normal monster, which means it has no effect text. And they just fill that space with flavor text.
Okay.
Very few have faced this awesome creature and lived to tell the tale.
I've never seen anybody survive against a single or possibly multiple Blue Eyes White Dragon.
In the first episode, even?
Not even in the first episode.
Okay.
I did see Exodia in the first episode though, because why not
Yeah.
start off right? I guess.
Yeah.
So how many cards have you lost to people throwing it in the water?
None actually. I tend to stay away from Duelist Kingdom stuff.
Or having physical cards, maybe?
Well, I have some physical cards, but those were recently acquired, and I have yet to unbox them. So.
I promise I didn't send you more.
Okay. Anyway. All right. So then down here we have the attack and defense of the monster.
Yep.
We'll say Pearly has 100 attack and 100 defense. That is going to dictate its stats in combat. So, I can explain that more in depth when we get to combat, but basically, when 2 monsters are battling, whoever has the bigger number is going to win that combat.
Makes sense.
Yep. So it's not like a power toughness thing like Magic's got. It's just bigger number wins.
Oh, don't start talking about magic. You'll summon her. Also, I don't think I'm ready for magic because that may or may not be more complex than this.
No, this is more complex.
Cool.
Just turn Akrid around. Oh, actually, no. We'll leave Akrid there. I don't want Akrid to be in the way of chat. Okay. Okay, so that about wraps up. And then this big block of text down here is the effect. They can get lengthy. That's just how it is. It just describes what the card does. It's, the most important part of the card. And yeah, that wraps up monsters. So as for spells are much simpler. There's just the name, and there's just the name and the type of spell that it is. In this case, it is a normal spell because there's no symbol, and then the effect is down here. The different types of spells. I can check the list here. So normal spells are just simple. You can play them, and they will do their effect, and that's the end of it. Quick play spells, you can play at any point during your turn, like in the middle of a chain resolving, or in the middle of a series of events happening. You can play a quick play spell, and then you can also set the quick play spells and flip them face up during your opponent's turn. So they are quick play spells. The name is, what it is.
Okay.
And then continuous spells are going to stay on the field and will have some continuous effect. So rather than playing them and they go straight to the graveyard, you play them and they stay on the field in that slot that you played them in. And then ritual spells are used for ritual summoning. We'll get to that later. Equip spells are, when they're played, you equip them to a certain monster, and it will usually apply an effect to the equipped monster.
Oh,
and
sorry, like in the anime, Joey gives his Red Eyes Black Dragon claws.
Yeah, Joey used a couple of equip spells.
Yeah.
And apart from being equipped to a monster, they are largely the same as continuous spells. They stay on the field. And if the monster is removed from the field that they're equipped to, then they're also removed from the field.
Makes sense.
They get sent to the graveyard, yeah. And then field spells we talked about. These are basically continuous spells, but they go into the field spell zone, and you can only control one of them.
Is there a point in time in which, like, can you voluntarily discard them at any time, or?
Yeah, you can play another field spell to replace the field spell you have out currently, and that's the only card type you can do that for. And both players can have a field spell at the same time, and the only reason I bring that up is because that wasn't always the case. It used to be that if your opponent played a field spell, your field spell would get destroyed. But yeah, now both players can have a field spell at the same time, so you don't have to worry about what your opponent's doing. And then, yeah, that's it for spell cards. And as for trap cards, we've got normal traps, which those you can activate at any point the turn after you set them. So when you set a trap card, you can't activate it that same turn. And that's also true for when you set a quick play spell. But yeah, that is the main thing that separates trap cards from spell cards, is that trap cards cannot be activated directly from the hand for the most part. Unless the effect says otherwise, you have to set them and then activate them next turn or some turn after.
Okay.
And then, yeah, normal trap cards you can flip up whenever during your opponent's turn, the turn after you set them. And then we have continuous traps, which are much like continuous spells. You flip them face up, and then they stay on the field. And then counter trap cards are... Telios is late to class.
That's okay. It happens. I used to be late to class all the time.
We haven't gotten that deep into it, so I'm still explaining what the anatomy of a card is.
Toast in mouth.
Toast in mouth.
Yeah, so you run faster.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that.
Mountain Dew voltage in hand. Exactly. Tell, did you wanna get in voice, or do you wanna just hang out and chat? Because I
I
could
don't
hop
want to be
over
a
to
pain in
the
the ass, but they misspelled orchestrated.
well, no, Orcust is just the name of the archetype. That's spelled like that. The names are important. Again, we'll get into that later.
Okay.
Okay, hop. All right, I'm gonna hop over to the streamer dimension.
Yeah.
Okay. I should put the stream back up. Oop.
Why? I made you lag last night.
Okay, yeah, I'll just how do I put the whatever? Hello, Tel.
Hello.
I tell.
I was just explaining the different types of cards with Fox. So I guess actually, so how much do you know about Yu-Gi-Oh? Do you also just know the anime?
I don't even know the anime.
Okay.
I don't even watch the anime. I just know there are creature cards, the attack and defense stances for them.
Yeah.
And yes, you explain their spell cards and there are also trap cards. Those two are different apparently.
Yes.
You know, there's a graveyard and a deck. And a reserve deck. That's you explained to me, and that's about it.
Yeah. So just quickly running over what I've explained to Fox. You've got 8,000 life points, so does your opponent. Your goal is to bring your opponent's life points down to 0. You do that by attacking with monsters, generally. And you summon your monsters here to the main monster zone. You put your spells and traps here in the spell and trap zone. And this is your field spell zone. This is where, if you play a field spell, this is where it goes. Your graveyard is here. This is where cards go when they're spent. This is your banishment. This is where cards go when they are super banished. When they're... It's the super graveyard, basically.
Noted.
This is your deck. This is where you draw from. Life points was 4,000 in the anime, yes. It was always 8,000 in the actual game, but in the anime it was 4,000 for some reason. But it's because the manga was written before they actually made the game. But anyway, and the extra deck is where you saw me using the extra deck. It's where you pull monsters from to summon fusions or synchros, XEs, whatever. And then running down the components of a monster, here's the name. Here is the attribute. The attribute, it can be light, dark, fire, water, earth, or wind. They have no effects on their own, but some cards will reference the attribute. So it's just a descriptor, basically. And the type down here is also just a descriptor. Can you see my mouse, actually? I should probably ask that.
Not correct. Yeah, it's on the card.
Okay, all right.
Now it's highlighting one of the 3 Nibiru you have in your hand.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, this is the type down here. That's another just descriptor.
Not on Discord stream. On this Twitch stream, yes. Not on Discord stream.
Ah, okay. Then let me share my screen in Discord.
Which is weird, because I just saw it on the Discord stream.
Oh. Well, whatever. I'll share the screen. All right.
There we go.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah, that's name, attribute, type. The attribute and type are just descriptors. They do nothing on their own. So Nibiru is a light rock monster. Up here is the level. The level is indicated by the number of stars. Nibiru is a level 11 monster. The level is relevant because you can only normal summon monsters that are level 4 or lower without tributing anything. And a normal summon is like your one like summon from the hand per turn. If you're normal summoning a level 4 or lower monster, you do not need to tribute anything. If you're normal summoning a level 5 or 6 monster, you need 1 tribute. And if you're normal summoning a level 7 or higher monster, you need 2 tributes. We'll talk about that later.
Get used to that.
Yeah. And down here is the effect text. It's what the card does. There's a lot of it. And over here is the stats, attack and defense. These are used for combat. Long story short, when 2 monsters are battling, whichever one has the bigger number wins. I'll get into the specifics of combat once we start talking about the phases. And then, yeah, so that's for monster cards. For spell cards, they're much simpler. There's just the name of the spell, the type of spell that it is, indicated by whether or not there's a symbol right here, and then the effect text. The types of spell cards are there's normal spell cards, which you could just play from your hand. They do an effect, and then they go to the graveyard. Simple as. Quick play spells can be activated at any point during your turn, and at any point during your opponent's turn if you set them previously. Continuous spells will stay on the field after you activate them. They will have some kind of continuous effect while they are on the field, hence the name continuous spell. Ritual spells are used for ritual summoning. We'll get to that later. Equip spells are like continuous spells, except they are equipped to a monster when you play them, and they will usually give that monster some kind of effect. And when the monster that they are equipped to is removed from the field, they are destroyed. They get sent to the graveyard. And then field spells go to the field spell zone. They're like continuous spells, but you only control one of them. You're with me so far? I haven't gone too fast?
It's a lot of information, and I think I'll follow better when I get into an actual game.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. And a lot of this is just like information to help you recognize what a card is and what it does. It's just like the preliminary, basics. And I'm kind of running through it quickly. But
We have a Brian.
Brian wants to watch live instead of having the lag.
Oh, there.
I'm killing your Twitch chat.
Hi.
Guy Twitch. Hi,
Okay.
Brian.
And then as for trap cards are similar to spell cards, except you have to set them face down before you activate them, and you can't activate them on the same turn you set them. And every trap card by default, can be activated during your opponent's turn. Whereas the only spell cards you can activate during your opponent's turn are the quick play spells. Because they are quick plays. So normal traps, you can just activate whenever. There's no condition you need to activate them, you just flip them face up. Continuous trap cards are the same as regular trap cards. They are similar to continuous spells, in that you flip them face up and they stay on the field, and have some kind of continuous effect. And counter trap cards are trap cards that must be activated in response to something. So you can't just flip them face up whenever, but there has to be a certain trigger that happens, and then you can flip them up and they do a thing. Okay. I think now... Am I being followed so far?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know. If you have questions, feel free to ask. Because that's what I'm here to do, is answer questions.
You're not at all excited about this. I'm so sorry that we're doing this to you.
I'm actually, so distraught.
I'm
Clearly,
sorry.
you can hear it in my voice.
Yeah.
And
No,
if for some
I'm having
whatever
fun.
reason we flip over to like mahjong, and then Brian just starts going.
I think he would start foaming at the mouth at that point, honestly.
Already
I've
doing
read
it.
the
That's why my
guide.
mic is muted.
Okay.
Actually, I kind of remember most of this, so.
Yeah. So now I think would be a good time to go over the phases of a turn and what you can do in them. Let me swap to heroes. I think that'll be. Yeah. Or no, let's do. There's. Tenyi Sword Soul. That'll do. Okay. So, first off, so the first two phases are. Let me turn on always pause. I think that'll let me stop on the draw phase. No? Okay, never mind. Okay, so there are 6 phases in a turn, and in each phase, different things will happen. So the order of a turn goes: you start with the draw phase, and that is when you would draw a card and add it to your hand. Well, I guess I should start about. So you when you start at the start of a duel, you'll shuffle your deck, and then you will draw. Both players will draw 5 cards. There's no mulligan rule. It's just you draw the cards that you get. I forgot to change the contest settings. Yeah. So yeah, you just draw 5 cards from your deck. There's no mulligans. It's just you get the cards that you get. So at the start of your turn, you will enter the draw phase, where you will draw a card from the top of your deck and add it to your hand. This only happens if you are not going first, if it's not the first turn and you're going first. The first player to go doesn't draw a card on their first turn, is what I'm saying. I'm describing that terribly, but...
You don't draw on your first
Oh.
on the first turn.
Yeah, you don't draw on the first turn.
Oh, Magic and a lot of other card
Mhm.
games work, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So then comes the standby phase. In the standby phase, nothing happens, but there are some cards that will trigger effects during the standby phase. So that is when all of those effects will trigger. So yeah, but other than that, there's nothing that goes on in the standby phase. And then we get to main phase 1, which is what I'm in right now. And main phase 1 is where all the magic happens. That is when you can do basically anything. You play cards, do whatever. So while you are in main phase 1, so you can play spell cards, you can set spells and traps. Yeah, so hang on, let me just get like a list of things you can do in main phase 1. Put that over here. Because it'll be easier to make sure I don't miss anything. So you can, in main phase 1, you can normal summon a monster. You get one of those. You can normal summon or set a monster. You get one of those per turn. So as I had stated previously, you can only normal summon a monster in your hand if it is without any tribute fodder, if it is level 4 or less. If it is a higher level, you will need tributes. And what I mean by tributes is other monsters on the field. So, like for instance, if I want to normal summon Moye, since she is level 4, she does not require any tribute material, and I can normal summon or set her. When you normal summon a monster, you put it in any zone in your main monster zone in face-up attack position. And then she has an effect when she's summoned, but don't worry about that.
We'll get to that later.
Yes, we'll get to that later.
Mm.
And
Does
then...
the order matter? Like, if you put it in, like, slot 1, does that matter at all compared to slot 5?
No, but there are some cards that care about columns, which are...
Pendulum, if I recall.
Not Pendulum,
wait.
actually, Link monsters, but...
Right, yeah.
Yeah. And then when you set a monster, this also uses your normal summon for the turn. It goes in face-down defense position. So when you're using your normal summon for the turn, you can either put it in face-up attack position or face-down defense position. And then let me see if I just like, I'm just gonna put some monsters on the field. This deck is not meant to be tribute summoning, but I am going to force one for the example. Just go to the next turn. Yeah, they draw a card during the draw step. Put another one on the field. So, actually, yeah, okay, you can normal summon that. Discard one, whatever. Okay, so now, if I wanted to normal summon Vishuda, Vishuda is a level 7 monster, which means I need 2 tributes in order to normal summon it, or set it. So I would send Ecclesia and Effect Veiler to the graveyard to normal summon Vishuda. And that's because it's level 7. And if it were level 5 or 6, it would only need 1 tribute. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
that makes sense.
I'm going
I
fast.
keep forgetting I've muted my mic. I'm just gonna harbor mute. Fuck it.
Okay. And then other things you can do is other things you can do during the main phase. You can special summon a monster. If a monster's effect allows you to special summon it, then you can do that, and you can do that any number of times per turn. It's not limited like normal summons are. So, for instance, Ashina here, if I control no effect monsters, I can special summon it from my hand, so I can just activate its effect and summon it. When you're special summoning a monster, unless otherwise stated, you can put it in either face-up attack or face-up defense. In this case, we'll just put it in face-up defense. And, so, yeah, that's special summoning. You're going to be doing that a lot in Yu-Gi-Oh! That's kind of like the thing that you do in this game, is special summon a bunch of monsters.
Special summoning just being like the card text that says you're allowed to summon this
Yeah.
in a different situation, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's called special summoning is?
Yeah, it's...
I thought that was like a different, separate mechanic that was its own thing.
I mean, it is its own thing, because you don't need, like, tributes or anything. It's just... basically, nearly every effect that is going to summon a monster outside of normal summoning is going to call it a special summon.
Okay.
And then, also, one thing you can do in the main phase is change the battle position of a monster if it was not summoned or set that turn. So if I want to switch Ashina to attack position, I can just do that during the main phase, and now it's in attack position. Attack position is denoted by the card being vertical, and defense position is horizontal, in case I didn't make that clear.
Have the two positions been explained yet? I'm not sure if we've
I
covered yet.
will explain the details when we get to the battle phase, because that's
Gotcha.
what the main thing is for. That's what the positions are primarily for. You can also, if you have a set monster that was not set this turn, you can flip summon it, which is basically just changing it from face down defense position to face up attack position, like that. And that is what's referred to as a flip summon. And you can do those any number of times per turn. That's really only relevant if either your opponent flips your monster's face down somehow, or if you have flip monsters, which flip monsters will have effects when they're flipped up. You don't really see those anywhere. There's not a good flip monster archetype. I'm sorry. You can activate a monster's effects while they're on the field, like let me... Yeah, so let me just do that. don't mind what I'm doing right now. I'm just trying to get this into the graveyard. So, Sword Soul of Taya, while it's on the field, it allows me to banish a Sword Soul or a Worm from my graveyard to summon a token, which is... Yeah, I guess I should explain tokens. Tokens are just, like, monsters that are generated from outside the game, so... So, while... I am going so many layers deep. Sorry, I have a lot in my brain, and I'm getting it out of my brain, and that is a messy process. So, I can activate the ignition effect of Sword Soul of Taya. That just lets me banish a Sword Soul or a Worm from my graveyard, like that. So I banish Vishada from the graveyard to summon a token. Hi, Racine. What did you put in voice chat?
Nothing good. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I see. Let me get these on the stream.
I regret sending the fucking PNGs.
What is she doing?
Nothing good.
Yeah,
I protest. I protest the stream.
Okay, we'll put Akrit away for now.
No,
Because we need to make space.
we don't need
for-
to.
I do.
Fucking hate it so fucking much.
We'll just do...
I'll be the judge of this.
There we go.
See what we got here.
Oh my god.
Ah, I see. It's beautiful.
Fucking glorious.
I hate all of you.
And this. There we go.
You need to make it react to the Discord talking.
Oh my god.
Honestly, the Bridget one actually looks pretty good.
All right. There we go. Okay.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, so you can activate any number of effects per turn. That's not restricted either. And then tokens, just quickly explaining, these are just monsters that are generated. When these would be sent to anywhere other than the field, they just disappear. So like if I was to use this for a summon, instead of going to the graveyard, it just goes away. Okay.
Okay, I
Wow,
can see that being misused Slay the Spire style. Otherwise, that makes
Wow,
sense.
I really did draw all 3 desires in this hand. That's a shitty hand. Well, it's not actually a shitty hand. Anyway, what else is in the main phase? So you can set spell or trap cards in addition to setting monsters. These are not restricted per turn. These you can just set face down and just put them in your back row. So spell or trap cards, you can also activate them during the main phase, but if it is a quick play spell or if it is a trap card, you cannot activate it the turn it is set, because those are meant to be activated during your opponent's turn if you set them. Yeah, but as for like normal spells, I can flip. Even though I set this turn, I can flip it face up and get the effect. But like if I were to set this one, I cannot activate it the turn it is set because it's a trap card. And then if I were to set Called By, I also cannot activate this one the turn it is set because it is a quick play spell card. But I can activate Pot of Desires because it is a normal spell card. So, yeah.
I have a stupid question.
I have a stupid answer.
What happens if you deplete your entire draw deck? Do you just shuffle your super graveyard?
No, so that is... So if you run out of cards, the next time you would try to draw a card for your draw phase and couldn't, you lose the game.
Classic
Cool.
mill out.
Yep.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I was also wondering that.
There's not really like a mill deck. I mean, I guess Runic, but that's not usually used as a mill deck. It's more.
Yeah, mill outs are more of a thing in Magic the Gathering,
Yeah.
which I haven't actually played a mill deck, but apparently those are unfun to play against. So
It's just a psychology thing. I don't want to get into it right now.
yeah,
Well,
Um.
that one comes later with Racine.
Okay, so that, I believe, just about wraps up what you can do in main phase 1. So now, let's say we're in the battle phase, and we got a dude on the field. We can now declare an attack. So in the battle phase, so you can declare an attack with any of your monsters that are in face-up attack position. So, like, Sword Soul of Taya here is in face-up attack position. I can hit the attack button and swing in. And since my opponent does not have any monsters, I swing in directly. Um, so the way combat works is... Let me get a monster on the other side of the field. Ash Blossom, there we go. So the way combat works is... Ash Blossom's a bad example. Because it has no attack. We'll put Moye up. Okay. Battle phase. So the way that combat works is when you declare an attack, if your opponent controls no monsters, the attack swings directly. You just attack your opponent directly, and you subtract the attack points of the attacking monster from your opponent's life points. So, because Sword Soul of Taya has 1800 attack, my opponent has lost 1800 life and is down to 6200. If you are attacking a monster, like if Sword Soul of Taya were attacking Moye, whichever monster has the higher number wins the combat. So because Sword Soul of Taya has 1800 attack and Sword Soul of Moye only has 1700 attack, that means Sword Soul of Taya wins the combat and Moye is destroyed, and your opponent loses life points equal to the difference in attack values. And that
In
is
this case, 100.
Yeah, in this case 100. So,
okay, so what happens if the defense points are higher than the attack points of the opposing monsters? Does it stay alive or is it still destroyed?
yeah, so if the defense points... So, the number that is used for combat depends on which position the monster is in. If the monster is in defense position, then defense is used for combat for that comparison. If the monster is in attack position, then attack is used for the comparison. So,
okay.
yeah, it's not like a power toughness thing like in Magic. It's just whichever position they're in, that's the number that gets used.
Gotcha. There's
And
a lot of card games that work like that, so that's way different. Okay.
Yeah, well,
Thank
there's
you.
a lot of card games trying to be Magic, so...
So in this
be
case,
honest,
the
thing I thought was
monster that
super
you have on the
auto-patch.
what's that, Brian? Sorry.
I was just saying the first thing I actually thought of was super auto patch.
Oh, fair.
Anyways, what were you saying, Fox? Sorry.
So the monster that you have on the field, Django, has an attack of 1800, and the monster your opponent has on the field has a defense of 1800. So would their monster in defense get destroyed?
No. So, I'll get to ties later, but for now, I'll get to ties in a little bit. But if the opponent's monster is in defense position, let's put Sword Soul of Taya in defense here. Set. So this has 1500 defense. So if I were to swing into this Sword Soul of Taya in defense with my Sword Soul of Taya that's in attack, it does get destroyed. Well, first it gets flipped face up, and then it gets destroyed because its defense is lower than my monster's attack. But because it's in defense position, my opponent does not lose life points. So that
Got
is the sort of trade-off of defense versus attack position. Is in attack position your monsters can attack, but in defense position you don't lose life points if they lose. So if you need to just like put up a blocker while... Oh, you fixed Fox's avatar? Good.
It's gonna be worse.
It is
Actually, you know
worse.
what? I like that better.
Thank you, Racine. I don't want to put that on the stream.
Why? It's true.
Anyway, where was I? Right, defense. So, and then yeah, the number that gets used just depends on the position. So if there is a tie, so for instance, if I were to, there we go. Yep. So if I were to summon Sorcel of Taya, and then they normal summon Sorcel of Taya, and then they swing into mine. Both monsters get destroyed if they're both in attack position. If there is a tie and one of the monsters is in defense position, neither monster gets destroyed. So if I were to normal Ecclesia, and then set Ecclesia, I can swing in with this Ecclesia, and since the attack of mine is equal to the defense of theirs, no damage is taken and neither of them are destroyed. And that is the basics of how combat works. There are like a couple of nuances involved, but those are more advanced. But yeah, that's battle phase. And then in main phase 2, it's just a second main phase 1. You can do all of the things you can do in main phase 1 in main phase 2. You don't get an extra normal summon. That's one per turn. But yeah, it's just another main phase after the battle phase, in case you need to do things after the battle phase. And then lastly, there's the end phase, which is the end of the turn. It's similar to the standby phase in that nothing technically happens in the end. Actually, there is one thing that happens in the end phase. If you have more than 6 cards in your hand, you have to discard until you only have 6. But that's the only thing that happens in the end. So like, if I were to activate Pot of Desires here, and then draw 2 cards, if I go to the end phase, I now have to pick 1 card to discard so I can get back down to 6 before moving on. But apart from that, it's just another phase in which things happen, like the standby phase. Some cards will have effects during the end phase that need to be resolved. Okay, so that about does it for the phases. Are there any questions?
Not so far. Not for me.
Okay. In that case, where to go next? I guess we can start talking about extra deck summons. Yeah. Okay, so let's come over to heroes so we can talk about fusion summoning. So there are a couple of different like unique types of summoning that have like special conditions. Almost all of them involve extra deck monsters, which is this deck right here. And those are the monsters that like exist outside of the game in the extra deck. And you're going to pull from the extra deck to perform your fusion summons and all the other types of summons. So first off, let's talk about fusion summoning. I'll put that in my hand. Shuffle. There we go. Okay, so for fusion summoning, you will need... So let's look at a fusion monster like... what am I summoning here? Here. Let's look at DPE, Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. So this is a fusion monster, as indicated by the purple background and the fusion text right here. And Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer requires in addition to having its effects listed here, or well, here on the card, it also lists fusion materials right up top. In this case, it requires 1 level 6 or higher hero monster and 1 destiny hero monster. Those are the materials that you would need to fusion summon it. And in order to fusion summon a monster, you need a fusion spell. Polymerization is like the basic fusion spell. It lets you fusion summon a fusion monster using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. So, if I want to fusion summon Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, I could activate Polymerization. And I could send a level 6 or higher hero, like Elemental Hero Neos, and I could send a Destiny hero, like Destiny Hero Malicious, from my hand to the graveyard, or from the field to the graveyard, to fusion summon Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer. Just like that. And that's how a fusion summon works.
So,
yep.
I'm assuming you can't use polymerization on literally any 2 monsters. It's got to be specific ones, right?
It has to be the monsters listed on the fusion materials.
Got it. Okay.
So, like, Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer requires a level 6 or higher hero and a Destiny hero. Destiny Hero Dystopia requires 2 Destiny hero monsters. We don't need to talk about masked heroes right now. Elemental Hero Sunrise requires 2 hero monsters with different attributes. So that's, one situation where the attributes will come into play, etc., etc. And then, apart from the summoning conditions, fusion monsters work just like any other monster. They have attack, defense, and effect, yada yada. Also of note, I forget if I mentioned this before. I mentioned it to Fox, but I don't know if I mentioned it to Tel or Brian. If I summon a monster from the extra deck, I have the option of summoning it to the extra monster zone or any of the main monster zones. So I can summon it to an extra monster zone, and you can only have 1 monster in either of the extra monster zones because this is shared with your opponent. So you essentially have 1 extra monster zone for summoning extra deck monsters. But you also have the option of summoning them to the main monster zone. So are we good on fusions?
Yeah.
So they always require polymerization then?
Not always polymerization. There are other fusion spells, but
Okay.
if you look at polymerization, it will say fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck. And there's also like Miracle Fusion lets you fusion summon an elemental hero by banishing materials from your field or graveyard. Fusion Destiny lets you fusion summon a monster from your hand or using monsters from your hand or deck, including a Destiny hero that is listed as material. Yeah, there are a bunch of fusion spells. Most of them are archetypal fusion spells. But yeah, you need... Most of the time you need a fusion spell. There are some fusion monsters that don't require a fusion spell, like ABC Dragon Buster. Those will say that they can be special summoned by... Some fusion monsters, you don't need a fusion spell, and you can just, like, send materials from the field to the graveyard, or banish them, or whatever the requirement is. So for ABC Dragon Buster, it requires A Assault Core, B Buster Drake, and C Crush Wyvern. And rather than using a fusion spell, you banish the above cards you control and or from your graveyard. So you can banish each of its component materials and summon it without using polymerization. And it says right here, you do not use polymerization.
Okay.
And that is what's referred to as a contact fusion, which is just like a subcategory of fusion monster, I suppose. But yeah, if it doesn't give like a specific condition like that, then it needs polymerization or any fusion spell.
No.
Yeah. Okay, so that is fusion summoning. Let's move on to synchro summoning. We'll go back to Tenyi Sword Soul. There we go. So a synchro summon. This is a synchro monster. As indicated by the white background and the synchro in the super types list. I don't really know what these are called, but I just call them super types. So, in addition to having all the usual components of a monster, these will also list certain materials. We'll look at a generic one for now. Like, yeah, Draco Berserker, that works. So, most of the time, it will require one tuner and one or more non-tuner monsters. Those will be the materials listed. Sometimes they will ask for like specific attributes or specific archetypes. If that is the case, it will be listed here. But most of the time, it will be one tuner and one or more non-tuners. And in order to synchro summon a monster, not with this hand. In order to synchro summon a monster, you need to have a tuner and one or more non-tuners on the field. So, for instance, it sounds more complicated than Magic the Gathering. Yeah, it is. Just straight up. I won't deny that. Yeah, it's the most complicated of the big 3 card games, for sure.
Wait, what's the third one?
Pokemon.
Pokemon is so simple.
Yeah. It's also very big.
That's true.
So yeah, so the so you'll notice the Sword Soul token that gets summoned by Longyan, that is a tuner. And that is just like an extra qualifier on the monster that determines that you can use it as a tuner for synchro summoning. So, in order to synchro summon a monster, you send from the field to the graveyard the tuner and the non-tuners on the field, and their levels have to add up to the level of the monster that you want to summon. I don't know why it took me so long to get to the actual point of synchro summoning, but... So, like, if I wanted to summon Shengying, I would need to send... it is a level 10 monster, so I would need to send 10 levels worth of monsters, which include one tuner monster and one or more non-tuner monsters from my field to the graveyard. And in this case, I do actually have this. I have a level 4 tuner plus a level 6 non-tuner, and 4 plus 6 equals 10. And that allows me to synchro summon. Does that make sense?
Run that one more time. I'm taking notes literally.
Okay. So, in order to synchro summon a monster, you need a tuner and one or more non-tuner monsters whose levels add up to the level of the monster you want to summon. So...
Total, including the tuner, right?
Yeah, including the tuner.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Yeah.
Good.
So... I'm too lazy to... There we go. So, the example I used was I summoned Longyan and the Sword Soul token. The Sword Soul token is a level 4 tuner, and Longyan is a level 6 non-tuner, because it doesn't list tuner here. In Edo Pro, they indicate this with the yellow number for the tuners. It can be a nice indicator if you're playing the simulator. And then 4 plus 6 equals 10 for Shengying. And then if there are more specific requirements, they will be listed in the requirements here. So, for instance, Kaching Longyan requires 1 tuner and 1 or more non-tuner worm monsters. So it has to be a worm specifically. But all of the non-tuners have to be worms specifically in order to summon this one.
Got it.
And rarely there are monsters that require multiple tuners, but almost always it's going to require a single tuner. So it's 1 tuner, 1 or more non-tuners, levels equal the level of the monster you want to summon.
Got it.
Yeah.
Can't go above or
Nope, can't go above, can't go below. And yeah, so before I go deeper into the extra deck summoning methods, I should talk about rituals. So rituals, what ritual deck am I gonna use? The trouble is a lot of the good ritual decks fuck with ritual summoning in a way. I guess I could just orchestrate a hand with Novice. So we could do that, we could do that. Pre-prep, I guess, whatever. So we'll do that. So ritual monsters are these are actually a type of main deck monster. They are not an extra deck monster. So these get shuffled into your main deck rather than sitting in your extra deck. And ritual monsters will usually mention that you can summon them with a particular type of ritual spell. And if we just pre-prep here, let's get this one. So a ritual spell is a spell card that specifically ritual summons a monster, and that is indicated by this little symbol right here. This mentions that it is a ritual spell. So in order to ritual summon a monster, you need to have the monster that you're going to ritual summon in the hand, unless the spell says otherwise, but I don't think there are any ritual spells that summon from the deck.
Oh my god, there's a bunch of food-based cards.
Oh, yeah, Novi is pretty fun thematically. So if I wanted to ritual summon this one, I'd activate the ritual spell, and then I would tribute monsters from my hand or field whose levels are equal to or go over the level of the ritual monster I'm trying to summon. So I can send Talismandra to the graveyard, and then ritual summon Baelgirl. So there we go. Alright, so yeah, so ritual summoning, whether or not you're allowed, so yeah, it's you have a ritual monster in your hand, you play a ritual spell, and then you tribute monsters based on whatever the ritual spell is telling you to tribute, wherever you tribute them from. And then their levels have to equal or exceed the monster's level. Okay, so whether or not the levels can go over or not depends on the ritual spell. For this one, you're allowed to go over, but for others, you're not allowed to go. There are some where you're not allowed to go over. But yeah, so you have the monster in your hand, you play a ritual spell, tribute some monsters, and summon it. Does that make sense?
Yes. There we go.
Yeah.
That was like 5 bullet points.
So
Brian, can you send me your notes after class?
Listen, this is for my study guide.
Oh, I
This
see
is
how
so
it
that
is.
I can understand the Yu-Gi-Oh card of the day.
Yeah, so that's ritual monsters. Ritual summoning you don't see like a whole lot of, because it's talking about game theory. I need to not talk about that. Anyway, moving on. So we've talked about fusions, we've talked about synchros, we've talked about rituals. Let's talk about XCs. We can go for goblins. Yeah. Oh, give me proper hand, please. Thank you. Okay, so for XCs summoning, let's take a look at an XCs monster. Well, let's talk about XC's Armor Torpedo. Yeah, that works. So for an XC's monster, you can tell it's an XC's monster because of the black background and because of the XC's text here. And these also have material requirements listed up here. In this case, it's 2 level 3 monsters. So there is actually one unique aspect of XC's monsters that there are a couple, but on the card itself, there's a unique aspect, and that is XC's monsters do not have a level, they have a rank, and that is indicated by the black stars on the left rather than the orange stars on the right. So XC's Armor Torpedo is a rank 3 XC's monster because it has 3 stars. And this does come into play if an effect specifically mentions levels, because you can't, because it doesn't have a level, so it won't be affected by that effect. But the primary reason for that is we'll get into here. So in order to XYZ summon a monster, you need to have certain monsters with certain levels on the field. So, for instance, Tour Guide from the Underworld and Fiendish Rhino Warrior are both level 3 monsters, which means I can use them to XYZ summon... There you are. XYZ Armor Torpedo. A lot of XYZ monsters will require 2 monsters of the same rank, or of the same with a level equal to their rank. So, in order to summon XYZ Armor Torpedo, we need 2 level 3 monsters because it is a rank 3 XYZ. So we can use Tour Guide from the Underworld and Fiendish Rhino Warrior to summon XYZ Armor Torpedo. And that is how you XYZ summon the monster, because it requires 2 level 3 monsters, so we need to put 2 level 3 monsters on the field and then summon it. And then you'll also notice that rather than sending the materials to the graveyard, they are attached to the XYZ monster as XYZ materials. And that is... Oh, I need to put the music back on. There we go. It was silent for a bit there. So for an XYZ monster, it's going to have XYZ materials attached to it. So in this case, Fiendish Rhino Warrior and Tour Guide from the Underworld are attached to XYZ Armor Torpedo. And then XYZ monsters will almost always have some kind of effect that interacts with XYZ materials, usually in the form of detaching them. So, for instance, XYZ Armor Torpedo allows me to detach 2 materials from it in order to draw a card. So, if I want to activate that effect, I would have to send 2 attached XYZ materials from it being attached to XYZ Armor Torpedo, send them to the graveyard, and then I can draw a card. And you have to have enough XYZ materials to detach, obviously, to pay the cost. Otherwise, you can't activate that effect. So it's essentially like it essentially serves as like a resource for the XYZ monster, if that makes sense. So yeah. So in short, you get 2 or more monsters with a particular level that is equal to the rank of the monster that you're trying to summon, and then you overlay them, and you XYZ summon the XYZ monster. Does that make sense?
This one is more bullet points.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Honestly, I think the least the like most annoying part of this is that it's pronounced Xyz.
It is pronounced Xyz,
I-
yeah.
I'm in agreement with Brian on this one.
I
That has
do not
three
make...
question marks in parentheses in my notes.
Okay, actually,
I looked it up. That's real. It's not. I was like, surely she isn't pronouncing that right. She is. Anyways,
yeah, so... any questions about Xyz?
and it's only from extra deck.
Yeah,
or-
yeah, all the Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz, all of those have been extra deck summoning methods. This one does not need a spell. Like Synchro, this one does not need a spell, it just needs the requisite materials on the field. In this case, it's multiple monsters with the same level.
To revise my notes here.
Yep. Rituals are the only weird summoning type that are in the main... Well, no, that's not true. Well... Oh god, I'm gonna have to explain pendulums. Okay.
Oh, good, because I was wondering about those.
Okay, so that's Xyz. So you take two monsters that have the same level that is equal to the rank of the monster you're trying to summon. You put the Xyz monster on top, and the materials get attached to the Xyz monster to be detached for its effects, whatever they may be. Simple enough, right? Okay. Okay, so now let's talk about link summoning. What's the best deck to show this off with? Guess Adagnister? Yeah, why not? So, for link summoning, here, no, we can do better than Adagnister. Hang on, let me think what deck would be good to show this off. No. Do I not have any other link spam decks? Plants. I guess plants. Plants will work. Okay, so yep. So let's talk about link summoning. So link summoning, we'll just put that there for later. So let's look at a link monster like Sun Avalon Dryas. So a link monster is indicated by the blue hexagonal border thing on the back, and this link text here. And link monsters have a couple of unique characteristics. First off, link monsters do not have a defense stat at all. And they also don't have levels or ranks. Instead, they have a link rating, as indicated by where the defense would normally be. In this case, Sun Avalon Dryas has a link rating of 1. And it has the usual effects. It also has arrows around the card art, which I will explain in a little bit. But for now, all you need to know is, in order to link summon a monster, you have to send monsters from the field to the graveyard equal to the link rating. And that's it. It's just, there's no levels involved or anything. It's just send monsters from field to grave equal to the link rating of the monster you want to summon. So, for instance, if I want to summon Sun Avalon Dryas, the materials specify it has to be a level 4 or lower plant monster, like Genius Loci. And then I'm going to need this for later. So that allows me to link summon Sun Avalon Dryas using Genius Loci as material. if I were to go to the next step, not draw a card. Oh no, because that's the quote-unquote opponent's turn. Okay, so now if I want to, let's get some more material on the field. So, about those arrows. So, link monsters are a bit different based on where you can summon them compared to the other extra deck summoning methods. Link monsters have to be summoned to either the extra monster zone or to a zone that a link monster is pointing to. So, for instance, Dryas is pointing to this zone right here that Lokai is in. So, if I wanted to link summon a monster, I would have to do it right here. So, if I wanted to summon, let's say, Aromaseraphy Jasmine, I could... Jasmine requires 2 plant monsters, and I had 2 plant monsters on the field. I had Genius Loci and Therian Lilyboria. So I sent them to the graveyard, and now, if you see, I can only summon to this zone because that's the zone that Dryas is pointing to. And also of note, if you use a link monster as link material, rather than treating it as just one monster, you can treat it as equal to its link rating. So, for instance, if I wanted to summon Aroma Lilith Rosemary, I could do that by sending Dryas and Jasmine, because Jasmine is a link 2 and would represent 2 of those necessary, like, link value. I don't know how to describe it, but it's essentially... every monster is worth either 1 or its link rating when building up to a link summon, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm explaining this well.
Yes, it does make sense.
Difficult to explain.
It's not... It's honestly a less complicated summoning method than it seems, but I'm...
Yeah, it seems like it's just a positional version of, like, a normal, like, tribute summon.
Yeah, it's like less... It's like synchro summoning, but it's less about the numbers and more about the positioning. Because, like, you're trying to add up the numbers, but it's not levels, it's just the link rating, or just monsters. Because, like, you see, Rosemary requires 2 or more plant monsters, so I could summon Rosemary with 3 plant monsters, or I could summon Rosemary with 1 plant monster and 1 link 2 plant monster. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
So summon equal to the links each have, you have to have, if it's link 3, then you can do something with link 2 and then a monster, or you can just do 3 monsters.
Yeah. And
What do the arrows mean? Because
So-
I noticed them.
yeah, so the arrows determine where you can summon link monsters to. So because you have to link summon to either the extra monster zone or to a zone that any link monster is pointing to. So for instance, Rosemary has an arrow pointing that way, and that way. So you can link summon to any of these 3 zones. So, like,
I can see why having no defense makes sense in this situation.
Yeah,
'cause if
so-
you could play this in defense mode, that'd be really messed up.
the other thing is that link monsters can never be in defense position, and they can never be face down. They just straight up do not have a defense stat at all. If an effect would put them into face down defense, it just doesn't. They ignore those effects.
Really not that complicated, but it's so much harder to explain.
Yeah. There are some other things with link monsters. So if 2 link monsters are pointing to each other, so any monsters that are this is just kind of some terminology stuff that is used on certain cards. It's not like super important, but if a link monster, so like if a link monster is pointing to a monster, the monster that is being pointed to is considered quote unquote linked, and that is relevant for certain effects, but does nothing otherwise. And if a link monster and another link monster are pointing to each other, like with Rosemary and Healer, they are considered co-linked, which is also just a terminology thing that isn't really used for any mechanics. Do I even bother explaining U-linking? Because that's not ever going to come up. Well, I might as well. So, if you can make a chain of co-linked link monsters, which is link monsters that are pointing to each other, that extends all the way to the other extra monster zone, you can actually summon a monster to the other extra monster zone and lock your opponents out of link summoning. There's not really any decks that do that, just generally, like in the game right now, because it's not really all that worth doing anyway. But if you want to lock your opponent out of the extra monster zone, that is a way to do it. But that's not really something you need to think about. I'm just saying that for completeness sake.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just extra bonus information in case you watch Master Duel replay and see someone doing some dumb shit.
In the end, is it strategically viable? Not really. Is it a flex? Fuck yes.
It's absolutely a flex, yeah. Okay. And that just leaves pendulums. Okay, so let's talk pendulum monsters. So that what else do I need in hand? We'll just throw some stuff in the hand, but that works. Okay, so a pendulum monster. This is another main deck monster. So a pendulum monster is noted by the orange and green background. It like goes from orange to green, and also the fact that it has a second effect box. So when you have a pendulum monster, you can either summon it normally like any other main deck monster in your deck. So like if I just normal summon Refrain, she just works like you would expect, and she uses this monster effect, which is the effect in the bottom here. However, you also have the option of setting pendulum monsters in your pendulum scales here on the left and right. So I could put Couplet into a pendulum zone, and now it is functioning as a spell card and uses the pendulum effect.
Ooh.
So you'll also notice the pendulum scales on the left and the right of the card. That indicates those are the pendulum scales of the monster. So in this case, Couplet has a pendulum scale of 9, and Refrain has a pendulum scale of 1. So what you can do with pendulum scales is you can, once per turn, you can perform what is called a pendulum summon. And to pendulum summon, we can activate, and we can summon any number of cards from our hand whose levels are between the two pendulum scales. So we can summon Shopina, Arya, and Cannon. Bop. 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 Like that. So because Cannon and Arya are level 4 and Shopina is level 7, and they're all in between 1 and 9, not inclusive, you can pendulum summon them from the hand. Yeah, and then that puts them all out on the field. Also of note, How am I gonna organize this? I guess I could just like tribute it. I will do that. So when a pendulum monster is destroyed or sent to the graveyard, it doesn't actually if it is sent from the field to the graveyard, if it's destroyed, if it by battle, if it's destroyed by a card effect, if it's distributed, whatever, it doesn't actually go to the it doesn't go to the graveyard. It goes special summon that. It goes to the extra deck face up. So if I normal summon Shabina using it as material, while Cannon went to the graveyard as normal, Refrain is in the extra deck face up. And when you are pendulum summoning, if I set my 2 scales here, let me actually get this back just for more example. When you're pendulum summoning, you can also pendulum summon any pendulum monsters that are face up in your extra deck. However, pendulum monster, rather than summoning them to the main monster zones, these follow the same rules as link monsters. So you can only pendulum summon. You can only pendulum summon a pendulum monster that is face up in your extra deck, either to the extra monster zone, or to a zone that a link monster is pointing to. So in this case, I have to summon Refrain to the extra monster zone. Have I lost anyone?
Yes, but I'm getting it back with multiple wiki pages.
Okay, cool. You have any
Yeah,
questions?
I think it's gonna be easier just to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1, so the left scale of 1, right scale of 9. You can just summon anything that's between level 1 and 9, if that happens.
Racine stopped paying attention 2 hours ago, and honestly, fair. Yeah, so any number of monsters, once per turn, any number of monsters that are in your hand or face up in your extra deck can be pendulum summoned, as long as their levels are in between the 2 scales.
And
Point
then
of
for the
order.
extra
This
deck.
stream has not been going for 2 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm calling Racine out. That's not real.
She checked out before she checked in.
Damn.
Also fair.
Damn.
Okay, and then the extra deck summon. What are the requirements for that again?
That it's the same requirements as if its level is in between the 2 pendulum scales, but it follows the same rules as link monsters for where they have to be summoned to. So pendulum summoned monsters from that are summoned from the extra deck have to go to either the extra monster zone or any main monster zone that a link monster is pointing to.
This text file is getting kind of long. Okay, I think I've got it down.
Okay.
Place
What
these
song
in
is
as
this? I remember
spells. Summon as many as
Slow.
you want. So this seems kind of messed up balance-wise, right? But I guess the really good cards are greater than the pendulum scales you can normally get out.
Yeah. So pendulum it's a mechanic.
It is.
It sure is.
It's
I was really hoping you had more to say there.
I think pendulum summoning is as complicated as summoning methods get.
Okay, good.
Yeah, the others are not that complicated. And this is also why I saved it for last, because it's a lot of information. But yeah, pendulum summoning. That's pendulum summoning. Are there any questions?
Nothing that can be answered right now.
Okay. Okay.
How you doing, Fox? This stream was for you.
I'm actually doing okay.
Okay.
I think having watched the anime, it helps a little bit, and trusting the fact that I will do better once I'm actually playing.
Right. Okay, so that about wraps it up for summoning methods and really just card types in general. Are there any other rules things I need to talk about? Oh, the chain, right. Okay, so I did not mean to hit exit.
Kunai with chain?
I mean, kunai with chain can be in a chain if you want, but
Well, just saying.
so effects in Yu-Gi-Oh. The chain is okay. Hang on, let me try and get my thoughts together. Hello? Wikipedia? Do the thing? No? Okay.
Hi.
Never mind. So, I mean, what's the best deck I could show this off with? Oh, go to your name again. Well, maybe not. Let me think. I need to look at my decks. I'm trying to think of what deck would be best for showing this off. Oh, Sprite. This'll work. Okay.
Fucking meteors.
Okay, so the chain is Yu-Gi-Oh's way of handling multiple card effects activating at the same time. So the way that a card's activation works is you activate the card, and then you pay any costs associated with the card. So for instance, yeah, so for instance, if I wanted to activate Pot of Prosperity, I banish 3 or 6 cards of my choice from the act. So I guess I should talk about costs versus effects. So the cost of a card, whenever a certain effect has a cost associated with it, that is going to be denoted by a semicolon right here. So for instance, Pot of Prosperity has a cost of banish 3 or 6 cards of your choice from the extra deck face down, and then the effect is whatever comes after that in that sentence. So the excavating cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of cards banished and adding 1 to your hand, that is the effect. So when you activate a card... Actually, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to put Pot of Prosperity here, and I'm going to put Ash Blossom there, and I'm going to put Cultified there. Okay, so let's say that I want to activate Pot of Prosperity. So I activate the card, and then I am before anything else happens, I pay the cost. So I'm going to be banishing 3 cards from my extra deck, face down, and then now, once I have paid the cost, the card goes on the chain. So you can see that is denoted by this 1 over the card right here. So now that the card has been put on the chain, my opponent has an opportunity to respond to this card with another effect. So, for instance, let's say my opponent wants to stop me from using my Pot of Prosperity. They can discard Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring from their hand to negate that effect. So, Ash Blossom says when a card or effect is activated that includes adding a card to your hand, summoning a card from the deck, or sending a card from deck to grave, you can discard it in order to negate that effect. So, So my opponent can activate Ash Blossom and then pay the cost, which is you can discard this card, or you discard this card. That is the cost, so it happens before it goes on the chain. And then the effect goes on the chain, as denoted by the 2 up here, where the card was. So these effects... Actually, we'll go ahead and add one more thing to the chain. Let's say I don't want this to happen. I do not want my prosperity to get negated. It is done, says Racine. Ah, yes, excellent.
Oh boy.
1 second. But... There we go. Perfect.
Wait a minute, what?
I put something on the stream.
Where's... Oh, I've got the stream paused. Hang on. Oh!
You have no idea who that is, but I kind of recognize him from the anime.
That's Pegasus.
Maximilian Pegasus.
Yeah.
You're talking magic words to me. That means nothing to me.
Yeah, that's basically what this entire stream has been.
Okay. So let's say I let's say I don't want my opponent's Ash Blossom to resolve. So what I can do is I can activate Called by the Grave from my hand. I can activate it because it's a quick play spell. And then I can target my opponent's Ash Blossom, and that's the cost, is targeting it. And then, I probably should have paused or something. Let's restart, actually. Always pause. Up. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. I was supposed to chain. But my opponent wants to Ash Blossom me, and then I want to chain Called by the Grave. So what this is going to do is it's going to banish a monster in the grave. It's going to banish a monster in my opponent's graveyard. I pay the cost. In this case, the cost is targeting a monster in my opponent's graveyard. And then it is going to banish that card and, until the end of the turn, negate its effects and effects of cards with the same name. So now we have 3 things on the chain as indicated by these numbers. 3, 2, 1. And once neither player has anything left to add to the chain, or doesn't want to add anything to the chain begins to resolve. And the chain resolves in the reverse order of the way the cards were added. So the first thing to resolve is going to be the Called by the Grave. The second effect to resolve is going to be the Ash Blossom. And the third effect to resolve is going to be the Pot of Prosperity. So... And once the chain begins resolving, you do not have any opportunity to add things to the chain. So even if you have some kind of quick effect to activate, you can't do it until that chain is completely done resolving. So if we let the chain play out, Called by the Grave is going to activate and banish the Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom will try to do its effect, but it will get negated by the Called by. And then Pot of Prosperity, which is no longer being negated by the Ash Blossom because the Ash Blossom got negated, can now trigger without being impeded. And that is the basics of how the chain functions. That is something that's important to understand if you want to, like, you know, interact with your opponent's effects. Does that make sense? It is...
Makes sense.
It is different from the stack in Magic the Gathering, because with the stack in Magic, whenever one part of the stack resolves, you have the opportunity to add more things to the stack, but the chain, once it starts resolving, it keeps resolving. So, are there any questions about the chain so far?
First in, last out. Nope.
Yep, first in, last out. Or, well, it's first in, first out, actually.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Or,
Really?
no, it's first in, last out.
No,
Yeah,
it's
Yes.
first and last out. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, so that is how that's basically the basics of how the chain works. I guess I kind of did it a little out of order because I didn't talk about quick effects. So some effects are quick effects. So, oh god, I gotta explain spell speed. Okay, let me put the.
Spell speed.
No, not like that. So there are 3 different speeds, quote unquote, of that spells can be. So that effects can be rather. So spell speed 1 is where a lot of things will reside. That is everything that you can like only do during the main phase. That's where all that goes. So like triple tactics talent here is it is spell it you can activate it at spell speed 1, which means you can activate it whenever it's like your turn during the main phase, but you cannot activate it at any other time. So you can't activate it in response to something, you can't activate it, during the battle phase or the end phase or during your opponent's turn. Spell speed 1 means you can only activate it during your main phase. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And then
Yep.
yeah, spell speed 1 means it cannot be used in response to anything at all. Spell speed 2 is an effect that you can use when you get priority. That is where like normal traps are. Any card that says during either player's turn is spell speed 2, or any card that says this is a quick effect is spell speed 2. So, like, for instance, let me think. So, like, Infinite Impermanence, that is spell speed 2, because it is a normal trap card. I believe it's spell speed 2. Yeah. Actually, hang on. Let me double check that. Because spell speed is a little wacky. Yeah, so spell speed 2 means it can be activated in response to anything that is spell speed 1 or spell speed 2. So, like, Ash Blossom could be activated in... Sorry, I am trying to unscramble my brain. Ash Blossom can be activated at spell speed 2, which means you can respond to the spell speed 1 Pot of Prosperity with it. And you could also respond to a spell speed 2 Pearly Happy Memory with Ash Blossom as well, because it is because these are both spell speed 2. Does that make sense? Have I said the word spell speed enough times?
You could go for a few more. You still have another speed to cover.
I do have another speed to cover, yes. So spell speed 3 is spell speed 3 is exclusive to counter traps. So, like, let's say, Solemn Warning. Solemn Warning is a counter trap as denoted by this little symbol right here. And these can only be So a counter trap can only be responded to by another counter trap, essentially is what that means. Because counter traps are spell speed 3. So, in short, spell speed 1 is anything you can only do during the main phase. Spell speed 2 is things you can do in response to anything else. Those are quick effects on monsters, quick play spell cards, activating trap cards, etc. And spell speed 3 is exclusive to counter trap cards, and you can only respond to effects that have an equal or lower spell speed amount. And spell speed 1 cannot respond to anything. So, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
It's high
I'm
number,
certain
high
I'll forget
priority.
about that when I'm doing things.
Honestly, you don't really see a whole lot of counter traps around, so it's mostly just spell speed 1 and spell speed 2 that become relevant. But it's just for the situations where if someone activates a counter trap, you can't respond to it with something that isn't also a counter trap. Okay, and so that's spell speed, and that's quick effects. So I've described spell speed, I've described quick effects, I've described the chain. Is there any other mechanical stuff I need to mention? And then I'd like, let me go ahead and oh, sorry, I did not have chat up. Yes, there are multiple spell speeds we're seeing. So I want to reiterate, I want to go back to costs. And I'd like to reiterate that costs are paid before, before it goes onto the chain. And that is, and also, brain, come on, put it together. So, yeah, costs happen before the chain. So, let's say that there is a card that has a cost that happens to be beneficial for your deck, like, oh, jeez, I know there's some. Oh god, I don't remember. But yeah, so if you activate the cost triggers immediately. So your opponent does not ever have a chance to respond to the cost of a card. Oh, kaijus. Yeah, that's a beneficial cost. So if we look at, well, no, that's actually kind of different. That's not it. God. Okay, the point I'm trying to make is costs happen before a card goes onto the chain. And that becomes important sometimes. And the other thing is that even if a card's effects are negated, you still pay the cost. So, like, if, let's say, your opponent has skill drain on the field, which will negate the effects of all your face-up monsters, and you activate the effect of and you activate the effect of Fallen of Albaz. The cost is you can discard one card. you would still discard the card, but the effect would not trigger because it's getting negated by skill drain. That make sense? The cost is not part of the effect, it is the cost to the effect, and that is separate. So, negating effects negates the effect, not the cost.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Gotcha. And then obviously, like, you can't really hand trap a skill drain.
Right. Yeah.
So it's kind of, you're stuck unless you have another counter trap. That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Any other mechanical stuff? Oh, so the effects of things on the field. If a card is removed from the field before its effect is done resolving, that does not cancel the effect. The effect continues going through. So, for instance, if, let's say you normal summon Elemental Hero Stratos, and your opponent chains Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit to destroy it, that would destroy the Elemental Hero Stratos. However, you would still get the search. So we can probably just do this. We can probably just show this off. Boop. So, if I normal summon Elemental Hero Stratos to search for a hero monster, and my opponent chains Ghost Ogre, which will destroy the Elemental Hero Stratos, Stratos gets destroyed, but I still get the search.
Nice.
So, destroying cards is not negating them. That's the thing I want to sort of mention, because sometimes that might come up. A situation might come up where you can destroy a card whose effect is resolving. Just know that it won't do anything. The exception, because there's an exception, of course. Why wouldn't there be?
For everything.
For everything, is continuous spells and traps, equip spells, and field spells. So any spells or traps that remain on the field. I don't know about equip spells, actually, but I don't see equip spells enough to actually know how that interaction works. But continuous spells and traps and field spells have to remain on the field in order for their effects to resolve. So, I can come up with an example, maybe. Flu, yeah. So we'll put the Ghost Ogre there, and where's the field spell? Magnificent Map. There we go. So if I activate Magnificent Map, oh, I need a level 1 Flu. Oop. If I activate Magnificent Map, that puts the effect on the chain. My opponent chains Ghost Ogre to destroy it. And now the effect fizzles because it is no longer on the field. That is the only time that works, is with field spells and continuous spells and traps, and maybe equip spells? I don't actually know. But yeah, those have to stay on the field to do their effects, but nothing else does. There is no monster that has to stay on the field unless otherwise specified. There aren't any monsters that have to stay on the field. Monster effects don't have to stay on the field. Normal spells, counter traps, yada yada. Destroying those does nothing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
This game scares me.
It's fine.
And yet you're still taking notes.
How else am I gonna figure out what the Yu-Gi-Oh card of the day does? I need like a whole essay to explain those without it.
Yes, Racine? What is your question? What if we just played Goldfish instead? Well, then we wouldn't be playing Yu-Gi-Oh then.
I thought for sure that her question was just going to be, what?
Valid.
Okay. All right. What else needs to be explained?
Albeit probably not constructive here.
What is your other question, Racine?
Why?
Can I start this all down from the beginning again? You can watch the VOD.
It's uploaded on her YouTube channel.
Yeah. You need it in real time? Well...
Good news.
You're gonna have to wait until next semester.
Yeah.
Just drop the class now.
Listen, it was in the syllabus. You had to pay attention to this. We had an exam on Friday.
I've been skipping cutscenes.
Can't believe it. Okay. What is there any other need to know information? Let me think.
There you go.
So is there any other mechanical stuff I need to talk about before I go into concepts? Just like general things you might want to know rather than rules.
I have a question.
Yep.
When does it get complicated?
Shut up.
I mean, if you're hanging in that well, then you're pretty well off at this point.
I have an advantage. I think I know what I'm doing, and I'm gonna wing it, and it's gonna work out for me somehow.
Okay, cool.
I don't do homework either, Racine. If you don't do the homework, you just pass the test. It's fine.
Buddy, I'm pretty sure we were all gifted children.
We're all broken enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have an actual question, if you don't mind.
Yep.
When you're trying to build a deck, how do you put cards into the extra category rather than into the primary deck category?
Right. So, I should probably talk about deck building rules. So, a deck, the deck is split into 3 categories. There's a main deck, an extra deck, and a side deck. The main deck is going to consist of the bulk of your cards. That is going to have between 40 and 60 cards. And that's going to be where you're drawing from. That's going to be your main engine pieces, yada yada. That's where the heart of your deck lives. The extra deck can have up to 15 cards in it. It can have any number of cards up to 15. And that is going to contain exclusively Fusion, Xyz, Synchro, and Link monsters. Nothing else goes in the extra deck. Only those 4. And those 4 only go in the extra deck. So it's just that the cards that you summon from the extra deck only come from the extra deck. If that makes sense. And then the side deck is for if you're playing a best of 3. Or, yeah, best of 3. After a duel in a best of 3, you can sub out cards from your main deck for cards from your side deck. You can, like, swap them out. As long as you're still at between 40 and 60 cards in your main deck. And so these are just extra toolbox cards that you can side in for certain matchups. Like, if my opponent has a lot of, like... If my opponent has a lot of spells and traps that they rely on, when I go into game 2, I could side in Harpy's Feather Duster, which destroys all of my opponent's spells and traps, and Lightning Storm, which can do the same thing.
Only in their hand or on the field, right? Not in their entire deck?
Yeah, on their field.
Got it. On the field, okay.
So, yeah, this is where your matchup-specific cards go, is in the side deck. And you can have any cards in here, main deck or extra deck cards. Although, for the most part, you're going to be seeing main deck cards in there. And yeah, so the side deck can also have a maximum of 15 cards in it. And that is about it for deck construction. And also, you can have a maximum of 3 copies of a card in your deck, unless it is on the banned, the Forbidden Limited list, because there's like a list of cards that you're not allowed to play, or you're only allowed to play a certain number of copies of, as indicated by the numbers right here. So for instance, Gold Sarcophagus, you're only allowed to play 1 copy of that. You can't play any more. And Lightning Storm, you're only allowed to play 2 copies. And Baronne de Fleur, you cannot play any copies of.
It's the same thing with like Pot of Greed. How come we can't? It just won't let us play it anymore. So why does the card exist?
So you can have it if you want. I mean,
but you can't play it.
Well, there are. I mean, if you can't play it in like official play, but like if you just, because there are actually people, there are actually groups that that like to play retro formats with older cards and different ban lists, and Pot of Greed might be legal in those.
Ah, gotcha. So hypothetically, like Avatar of the Pot is kind of technically useless for its effect because it requires Pot of Greed.
Yes. Avatar of the Pot is also very funny.
How's it funny?
Because look at it.
Oh, just because of the way it looks, got it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it had some
Pot of Greed with like a swole bod.
Yeah.
So fucked up. Love it.
That's fine.
Okay.
I haven't been building a deck while listening.
I can help figure out a deck. So, yeah, let's start talking about concepts, because I think I've covered most of the mechanical stuff. Kind of like Magic in that cards can be banned in Standard, but everything's legal in Commander. Yeah, pretty much. It's different formats. Although in Yu-Gi-Oh! The formats aren't really official, but people play them because they're fun. I mean, technically, they were previous official formats that people are playing. Oh, anyway. Oh, so let's talk about concepts. So the main thing you need to know about card design in Yu-Gi-Oh! Compared to other card games is that it is very heavily focused on archetypes and archetypal synergy. And what I mean by that is groups of cards are generally specifically designed to work with each other in a particular deck. So if we look at I don't know, Dragon Maids, all of the Dragon Maid cards are specifically meant to work with each other, and they will mention, like, you know, Parlor Dragon Maid can send a Dragon Maid from your deck to the graveyard. Chamber lets you add a Dragon Maid spell trap to your hand. Changeover lets you fusion summon a dragon, which all the Dragon Maids are dragons, and then has effects for Dragon Maids, yada yada. So when you're building a deck, you're going to be usually, there are some exceptions, but usually you're going to be picking out a particular archetype that you want to build your deck around, and you're going to be seeing which of those cards works for what you're trying to do. So actually, you know what? Let's look at heroes, because that is like a pretty heavily archetypal deck. So like basically all of your hero cards are going to be interacting with each other. They're going to be sending heroes from the deck to the graveyard. They're going to be searching heroes. They're going to be summoning heroes. This deck is focused entirely around heroes, and that is going to be the main way that you're going to build decks. So rather than having, you know, specific colors that you would build around, like in Magic, or, a specific Pokemon that you'd want to build around in Pokemon, you have an archetype that you are building around. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, so another thing about Yu-Gi-Oh is that it is very heavily combo focused. Because of the lack of any real resources, like Magic has mana, Pokemon has energy, Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't really have anything like that apart from the one normal summon per turn. So you can do a lot of things in a turn in Yu-Gi-Oh. So games go by very quickly as a result, because the way I like to describe a Yu-Gi-Oh duel is it is like a high noon shootout where both players are assembling their guns on the spot. And also, your opponent can throw a pink child at you to interrupt you making your gun. But don't...
The pink child is very important.
The pink child is
Who's the-
very important.
Oh, that
Like,
is
actually integral to the meta, not even a joke.
Yeah, I'll talk about hand traps in a little bit. But, so... Usually you're going to be trying to enact a certain board state, going through extra deck monsters and searching and summoning. There is a lot of searching in Yu-Gi-Oh! And a lot of summoning. And one-card combos, there's a lot of those.
Teen has a question.
Would I recommend Master Duel or Duel Links or both? Master Duel. Don't play Duel Links. Don't play Duel Links.
There's also
There's also the simulator I'm using, Edo Pro.
Yugioh Pro. There we go.
Yeah.
My brain
Yeah,
blanked.
which Django sent the link to us, received.
No, but feel free to ask questions. But yeah. Does Master Duel have single player? Yes, there are single player duels in Master Duel. It's not like the focus, but yeah. Oh, the sim. Yes, there are bots in the sim. You just go to land plus AI host, and then you can add a local AI like that. And then you just choose what deck in place. Yeah. Yeah, so I like to just like, yeah. Anyway, but words. So yeah, a lot of combos and a lot of comboing. Okay, so I've been trying to think of what deck would be good as like a starter deck, and I can't really think of one. I mean, I
just
have
really
a couple of
disappointed.
options, but what was that?
I'm just really disappointed that they don't have Yugi's deck on the website.
Well,
I mean, it's full of banned cards at this point.
it's
so...
full of banned cards and also bad.
No, come on, he's got Exodia and the Dark Magician. It's fine.
Fox, if
Deck has no bad cards.
If you play a duel against me and you normal summon Alpha the Magnet Warrior, I'm going to cry.
You know what? I'm adding Alpha to my fucking deck now. I lied. It's such a shitty card.
It's so shitty.
I do have Creed on my deck, and I'm not sorry.
Okay. So Yu-Gi-Oh combos go insane, right? I've mentioned that. So the other thing that is like sort of central to building a deck in Yu-Gi-Oh, or just like something you have to consider when playing Yu-Gi-Oh, is hand traps. That is the colloquial term. That is the colloquial term for cards that you can activate from your hand to disrupt your opponent. And this is important because essentially, if you let your opponent have their first turn completely uninterrupted, bad things are going to happen to you, because the amount of comboing you can do is a lot. So, what you have is cards like Ash Blossom, which will allow you to disrupt your opponent before your first turn, rather, if you're going second. And then, if you're going first, you can also use them to disrupt your opponent who's going second. These are your main... These are going to be sort of the main ways you interact outside of your archetypal options. So, like, decks will have monsters that have quick effects and, stuff that will allow you to disrupt your opponent. But especially if you're going second, your main method of interaction is going to be these hand traps that are going to disrupt your opponent on their turn. That you do not need to set first, you can just activate them. That's going to be cards like Ash Blossom, it's going to be cards like Infinite Impermanence, which you can also activate from the hand. That's going to be cards like Effect Veiler. Those are what we call hand traps. And knowing the main back and forth is going to be knowing when to disrupt your opponent during their combos. Because sometimes if you disrupt the wrong thing, it will just barely slow down your opponent at all. One really good example is Branded, which has this card, Branded Fusion, in it. And it lets you fusion summon a monster using monsters from your deck as material, which is really, really good. And the difference between a hand that goes through Branded Fusion and a hand that doesn't is a lot, which is why something like Ash Blossom becomes really valuable if you can hit Branded Fusion with it. Because Ash Blossom will stop you from sending... Because Branded Fusion sends cards from the deck to the graveyard, that is within the criteria for Ash Blossom, who can interrupt any effects that involve sending a card from the deck to the graveyard. Ash Blossom can stop that dead, and that will significantly hinder your opponent. And that's why hand traps like that are important, is your opponent is going to be doing a lot of things, and you don't want them to be doing a lot of things, because they're going to make a big board and run you over. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, so that is hand traps. Okay, so I think that should be about enough explanation. I still have no idea what a good starter deck would be. Let me think.
Build one.
Melfi.
I mean, Melfi might not be bad. They're relatively straightforward. I'm kind of thinking Tenyi Sword Soul would be a good thing to learn Synchro Summoning on, because it's the combos are relatively straightforward. Let's see. Goblin Bikers would probably be a decent way to learn Xyz summoning, because they really, their entire thing is that they spam out rank 3s, and they just put materials on the board and then do that.
Meanwhile, me, I'm looking at the Teco Tzlika.
Oh,
deck.
you're looking at Memento?
Yeah.
Memento is complicated, but it is a lot of fun.
You showed me that one, so that one I remember.
I've downloaded a few. I just can't get it to import.
Oh, Labyrinth might not be bad as well. That's relatively straightforward, and if you want a deck that uses a lot of trap cards, that's a good one.
So, how do we go about downloading?
So I can send you... So
There's a link in chat.
yeah, so you can... If you're getting it from Yugioh Pro Deck, you can download the YDK. I can also send you a YDK file, or you can just copy them. It's really... You can just add the cards yourself.
Really... And then how do you import them? Because my
Uh, so to import them, I believe you just drop them into the folder. Let me see if I can get the path to that. Well,
yeah, because I couldn't find my pathing.
uh, no, open file location. No, that's the exe.
Right click on the shortcut, and then you can go to open file location as well.
Open file location. Yeah, it's just on your C drive under Project Ignis and Deck.
Oh, it's right there. I fucking clicked right past. I'm dumbass. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there just like a pack of YDK I can just get?
Is there a what YDK?
Like a whole pack of them that I can just get?
Probably not. You'll just want to download YDKs individually. Because the YDK is it's basically just a text file that has the IDs of all the cards in it. All the
Makes
cards in
sense.
that deck. So I guess what interests you in a deck, I guess, is what's like what do you wanna I don't know, I mean just based on what I've explained, what do you think is something you might enjoy doing? And then I can sort of try and curate based on that, find you an archetype.
I want to see one of your homemade decks.
Well, I mean, a lot of my decks are just like modified versions of decks from the internet.
Ah, I see.
Okay, they
To be
have an
fair,
idea.
Mm-hmm.
several of those I know are based on archetypes that you explained in the massive info dumps that you do weekly for the decks.
Yeah.
What is a pack or a deck that focuses on getting one big monster out, have a bunch of minion and a bunch of spell and trap cards just to protect that main guy,
I protect the
for the main guy
castle
to
deck.
pummel them.
Yeah.
It's for the main guy to pummel the enemy to death.
That is a good question. Let me think. I mean, honestly, that would probably be Memento, but you're looking for a Voltron deck in MTG. True. I mean, Memento is about summoning the big guy, but that's also kind of complicated for a starter deck.
I mean, you're talking to a person who means monk and black mage,
That is true.
and also wizard and brawler.
It's just that the combo lines are kind of unintuitive there. I mean, not unintuitive,
Yeah.
but there's just a lot to keep track of, and the combos are very non-linear. I'm trying to think of something that has relatively linear combos, so you can get a feel for comboing.
Well, apparently the program includes 3 structure decks, and Cyberstrike is relatively straightforward from what I can tell.
I must have deleted those structure decks. Can you like send a screenshot of that deck? Because it might not be a bad idea to just play with like simple structure decks just to get a feel for how the game works before jumping into a proper deck.
I'm dropping that into general.
Yep.
Well, general voice. Chat, whatever.
Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, it's Cyber Dragons.
I was gonna just do that.
I mean, Cyber Dragons might not be a terrible thing to start with, but probably wouldn't play this deck.
There's also Alba Strike and Lost Sanctuary. Unfortunately, both of those consist of a card that's been banned
Yeah.
for the April World Championship.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's simple combo. Honestly, probably Dragon Maids might not be a bad idea because it's mostly just summon Shio and then pass. Hmm.
It really drives me nuts that the decks aren't in alphabetical order.
What do you mean?
On the YGO Pro Deck website,
Oh yeah, that's because
I like.
that they're in order of posting.
Oh, okay.
I can hang on. I could probably find a list of archetypes. Yeah, here's just the wiki page that is just every archetype, the name of every archetype. I'll put it. I should make a voice text channel. Hang on. Oop. Voice text. Oop. There we go.
I found that.
Yeah, that. I mean, honestly, if actually, let me see. You shouldn't be playing Snake Eyes, though.
Oh
That's
my
a little too
god.
complicated. But Kashtira might honestly not be a bad starter deck. That's pretty simple. YouTube, can you play the music? Thank you. Unchained isn't too difficult. Early's not too hard, although it does use XE summoning in an unorthodox way. Tenpai is fairly straightforward as well. That's just like a... Tenpai is just like kind of a balls to the wall, explode your opponent on the second turn by swinging at them for 1,000,000 damage deck. Snake Eye...
Strong themed.
Go on.
Snake Eye is a rather complex combo deck. Probably don't want to start with that. Voiceless Voice is a ritual deck that... Voiceless Voice is also fairly straightforward. That might not be a bad thing to start with. Fire King is usually paired with Snake Eye. Branded might not be a bad place to start. That's fusion summoning a lot of big dragons, and that's pretty fun. Melodious is relatively straightforward. That's got those that's this deck right here. That's got the pendulums for comboing, and you have basically your own version of branded fusion. Kashtira is an Xyz deck that also just has powerful individual monsters, especially Fenrir, which often finds his way into a lot of other decks. But that also summons a bunch of rank 7s. Not a bunch, but a couple of rank 7s. Runic is used more as an engine, which I guess I should probably explain what I mean by engine. That's just like a small package of cards belonging to a certain archetype or theme that can be included in other decks efficiently. That's what the community refers to those as. Labyrinth would probably be fine. That's that's got a heavy trap card focus, so if you want to play with trap cards, that's where you're gonna go. Centurion, I have not really looked at. I think that one's mostly just like turn skip turbo, so does a lot of synchro summoning. Yubel is interesting. I'm not sure I would start with Yubel. I mean, if you like Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, you can play Yubel because it's Yubel and it's like actually a genuinely good deck. Fluundereeze is probably a good thing to start with. It's birds that chain a bunch of normal summons together and have like pseudo stun type effects, which is like trying to stop your opponent from doing things. I mean, stop me when you hear something that sounds interesting. I'm just gonna keep looking at this list.
What about Mai's deck? How is Mai's deck?
Harpies are not good. I'm sorry.
She spent a whole day talking about how Harpy sucked. They're not good. I don't really
Why
get
did
it.
I miss
Huh?
that? That's so unfortunate.
That sucks. Because they
I just
look
downloaded a
interesting.
deck called Cringe.
What is Chimera?
Chimera. That usually actually gets paired with branded. That is a fusion deck. It uses the new like illusion stuff to make. Hang on. Let me actually take a look at a Chimera deck because I haven't really looked at it. Chimera. Where's oh no, where's Branded Chimera? There we go, Branded Chimera. Oh, this one on WCQ. Yeah, so it's using the newer like illusion cards to fuse into a series of fusion monsters. Yeah, so it's a fusion focused deck. It's often paired with it is sometimes paired with branded. That is also a fusion deck. Yeah, it's I haven't really played Chimera, which is a bit of a failing on my part because it looks fun. Yeah, let me know when you find something that seems interesting.
All I am doing is look at names
Yeah,
and go.
that's fine. I mean, if let me know when you want a deck and I can dig one up for you. Fox, you have any ideas?
I built a deck.
Oh, you built a deck?
Yeah.
Oh, what archetype did you build?
I didn't. I went with fucking crazy.
Oh, I see.
Come on now. You ought to know better by now. I don't know how well it's gonna work, but I don't know. I have never played a hand, or a game of dual monsters. So
Dual monsters.
um, I just went with what seemed good, and there's I mean it's kind of all over the place, but it does play off of each other.
Hmm.
That was a really good sentence. I want everybody to appreciate that sentence more.
Okay, I could probably. Oh, there's an import-export feature right here. I forgot about that.
Yep.
Export.
Yeah, the decks still have to be in the path, like the main file, and then you click YDKE import, and it'll add those decks.
Alternatively, you can so you know how on the Yugioh on the deck page, and you click more, there's YDKE. It will copy the text into your clipboard,
Yeah.
and then you can just import it straight.
Yep.
Don't need to download files or anything, and you can save that as a thing, and it will automatically make a file for you.
Okay, so let me.
That way you don't have to download everything.
I mean, I downloaded it. I don't think you can just save. I don't know. You might be able to save the text file.
Okay, so let me.
No, copy text into your clipboard.
Yeah.
And then in the sim, once you
Yeah.
have
Here, let me.
the deck populated,
let me
you can name it and then save it as a file.
Let me send you this Tenyi Sword Soul deck right there. Try copying that into your clipboard and then hitting import.
Worked for me.
Fox,
Stand by.
I'm standing. I'm actually sitting.
I Why are you standing? Make sure that days and then
Somebody synchro summons.
Yeah, this is a synchro summoning focus deck. So I guess let me just sort of go down what exactly this deck wants to do. It is relatively straightforward. you're mostly just synchro summoning big dudes. The main thing you're gonna want to do is, can I have a hand with Moye in it? Thank you.
Yes, it worked for me.
Yeah. So here's just the main thing that the best way to start off your turn is with Sword Soul of Moye. You can normal summon Moye, and then on summon, she lets you reveal a Sword Soul in your hand or a worm in order to summon a token. And then because you now have level 1 tuner or level 4 tuner and level 4 non-tuner, you can synchro summon a level 8 monster, and you can summon Shishao. And then on summon, Shishao lets you search a Sword Soul, and then Moye in the grave lets you draw a card. And you can search for Longyan. And then Longyan in your hand, which you just searched, allows you to discard a Sword Soul card, like this Sword Soul of Taya, or a worm, and then summon it, and summon a Sword Soul token. And then you synchro into Shunying, since you have a level 6 and a level 4. And then Longyan can burn your opponent for 1200. So the end result of that is you have Shishao, which allows you to, as a quick effect, banish a Sword Soul or a worm in your hand or graveyard, then negate the effects of an effect monster on the field. And then Shunying gains attack and defense for each banished card, and your monsters your opponent controls lose 100 attack and defense. If it would get destroyed, you can instead banish a card from your graveyard, and if a card is banished at any time, you can banish a card from your opponent's field and from your opponent's graveyard. So that's like the main sort of thing you're trying to do is that's like your combo, essentially, is Moye, reveal a worm, summon Shishao, search Longyan, discard a worm to summon Shunying. Does that make sense? That's the kind of like combo structure that Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot of, and there's a reason I'm like mentioning this, giving an example of it. It's because it's important to know just what is going to be going on in an average game.
Yeah.
Have I lost anyone?
No.
Okay.
I mean, no more
also,
than.
I'm letting Fox take over here intentionally because this is I just kind of invaded.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, Lily.
I'm a nerd and I'm explaining nerd things.
Hi, Lily.
This is all true.
Okay. Yeah, so, and then you might have more cards in your hand that can let you do more things. Like, Sacred Summit allows you to revive a Sword Soul or a worm in your graveyard. And then it can move levels around if you banish it. And then there's just like a bunch of other synchro monsters you can go into in your extra deck. And as for the Tenyi part of the deck, restart. Give me a hand, thank you. The Tenyi part of the deck essentially resolves around not having any effect monsters. So, like so Ashina can be summoned if I don't control any effect monsters. And then you link them off for specifically Monk of the Tenyi, which can be summoned with one non-link Tenyi monster, and importantly, is a non-effect monster. So you can activate Ashina's effect in the graveyard to summon a Tenyi from your deck, and that gives you extra synchro material and other just stuff. It does lock you into worm monsters, but since you're summoning worms anyway, it doesn't really matter. So that's just another way to get more like synchro material for synchro summoning. And then there are other cards that'll interact with the Tenyi stuff, like Heavenly Dragon Cycle, which lets you tribute a worm to add a worm from your deck to your hand, or if you tribute a non-effect monster, you can special summon it but negate its effects. So you can tribute Monk of the Tenyi with this to summon a worm straight from your deck, like Moye, since Moye is also a worm. So,
Deck.
Yes.
I don't know where else to go from here.
Fight! Fight!
Fight? What do you mean fight?
Sorry,
Mean.
duel. Except
Oh.
I want you to say it right.
Oh, duel?
Thank you.
If you two want to duel, I can make a room and spectate,
Cool.
just so you can get,
I
like,
have
figure
no
things out.
deck,
Oh,
so
then you should get a deck. What do you want to play? Just like generally. Is there like a particular summoning? Is there a particular card type that interests you? Do you want a combo? Do you want to not combo?
I do want a combo,
Okay.
just so I can get used to the whole thing.
Do you want to fusion summon? Do you want to link spam? Do you want to do synchros, XEs?
Let's go with simple fusion summon for now.
Fusion summon, okay. What fusion decks do I have that are simple? Probably Branded. Branded is relatively straightforward. It's mostly just get to Branded Fusion and then summon dragons. There's gotta be better starter decks though. I wish I was better. I wish I knew what deck would be good to start with. Hang on.
Well, we would have to probably not do any of the crazier summoning mechanics. All of its actions would have to be relatively straightforward and easy to understand, and probably easy to illustrate in Edo Pro specifically, if we're doing it that way. I don't have any idea because I don't play Yu-Gi-Oh! Honestly, if nobody else was gonna hop in, I was just gonna go grab a 10-Pi Dragons deck and just do the thing. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. I understand the basics. I'm sure I don't actually understand the basics. I
Okay.
have a notepad file. It's like 5 kilobytes.
Let me send you.
Which is larger than the card files.
Let me send you this Branded list, and then you can take a look at that. I don't want to fuck this up because I don't want the first duel to be a bad one.
I mean,
how
I'm
would
just
it be
that's
bad?
part
expecting
of
it
the learning
will go
curve, isn't it?
poorly. I don't think anybody's gonna hold it against you if it goes poorly because it's Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes things just kind of train wreck very quickly.
Yeah.
This is like me being dropped into Slay the Spire without knowing what the fuck is going on, and I feel it is part of learning. It's
Okay,
like
no,
you suddenly being dropped into like a fucking hard roguelike and expect to do anything.
Yeah,
You will
I was
die.
gonna say, I think you can get dropped into Slay the Spire pretty easily. It's like getting dropped into Act 3 of Slay the Spire.
Yeah,
There's
it's
a
like
lot of
getting
things
dropped-
happening, and you have to know
it's like-
mechanics.
It's like you being dropped into playing the lady, not the silent.
The Watcher?
The stance
Watcher.
dancing
Oh,
one.
God,
You
Watcher.
just drop into playing the Watcher without knowing what the fuck's going on.
Stuffer.
It's basically
yeah.
what it is.
I'm just wondering if it should be like don't be structure decks crashing into each other instead of proper decks, or if we just jump straight into the proper decks.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Open a freaking room and let's just do this.
Okay.
You're worrying, and it's gonna be fine.
I mean, I am worrying because that's what I do.
I know.
Relatively, I'm looking online on the list, and apparently purely it's not that bad.
Yeah, Purely's pretty good. Fox, are you sure you don't want a deck from me?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait. Oh, okay. This is a very funny name deck. Let me see if that's actually I can grab it. Advanced deck search by archetype. A to Z.
No. Don't feed me that. There we go.
Spectate. There. I've opened a room. The password is 4321.
Nobody will ever guess that.
I mean, if they do, I can just boot them.
Join.
I don't know why I was expecting
Perhaps.
the lobby room UI to be any more complicated than it is, given it is one person versus one person.
I mean, there are 2v2s in the Edo Pro, but not officially.
Yugioh 99. How would that even work?
Okay.
Why can I not? I hate Twitch. Can I just pin this message?
No.
Actually, I'm not gonna pin that. I don't want to pin that.
I'm trying to figure out how to.
Again, I can just click the X button to remove the jabronis, but I appreciate the concern.
I'm just trying to figure out how to join the room.
So you go to show locked rooms in the top
Oh, okay.
middle here.
Yep.
Yep, and then I'll open it up again.
Let's see if this is important. This is legal. Damn it.
What are you importing?
Am I able to just
Apparently,
order
that's an
there?
archetype
Yes.
name for hire.
Yes, for hire. That is a link-focused archetype. I'm kind of wondering why I don't have a for hire deck. That would probably be a pretty good way to learn links.
I'm just mainly going after archetype names alone. Because it's funny.
I've heard Code Talker is okay for links.
Code Talker is alright, yeah.
One of those weird, like, offhanded Yu-Gi-Oh facts, though. I don't actually know that for sure.
Django, what server are you in?
EU Central, because that's where everyone is.
Notice there's US West and no US East, so that they just kinda
I
have
noticed
one.
that.
I mean, everyone just goes to EU
No.
Central, so... Okay. Opening the room now.
So go to servers.
Yeah, servers, and then click on show locked rooms, and then you should see Expo somewhere. There you go.
EU,
mind me.
show locked room. What I put into
4321 is the password.
wait, which room is it?
Expo is the name.
Yep.
And Fox is, it should show that
If-
Fox is in here. And hit refresh
Yeah.
if it's not there. It doesn't
cut off
refresh
my name.
automatically. Fox of the 9 Tay.
What's the password again?
4321.
4321.
Alright, and then hit the check mark.
I have.
Or the box. Yep, there you go. Make sure you've got the right deck selected.
Yep. I just literally looked over. Hey, want to play this archetype? Oh, this is the deck apparently played in the Philadelphia tournament. Sure, why not?
Hi, Raiders! Welcome!
Hey, Tricky.
Hi, Tricky. I'm teaching people how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! So, this is an interesting stream to drop in on.
Yeah.
Fox is here, Telios is here, Brian is here. Oh, I need to hit the
Hello.
start button. Okay,
Oh.
I'm stupid.
All right.
All right.
Time to play
You
rock
ready,
paper
pal?
scissors. Yep.
Okay, let me turn on the actual music here.
God damn it.
Already off to a good start.
Okay.
You have the music switch.
Oh, I should probably minimize the stream so I can't see Tell's back.
No, it's I'm spectating, so it doesn't show.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, because you could metagame with that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So which deck are you playing, Tell?
For hire.
Ah, yeah. So that is Do I have shout out? I do not have shout out. No. So for hire. Oh god, I don't remember the for hire combo lines. Hang on. I can fix this. Oh god.
Gotta have a Nightbot or something in here.
Oops.
I feel
Oh,
like
that's
the
good, Tricky.
flag in that Yugi Bridget icon is tilted slightly, and it's getting to me. I just realized. It's like kind of good the way it's like 20-degree angle tilted.
Right, so
But I
the
wasn't- I
fur
didn't know.
hires, I think they summon other fur hires from the hand, and then you can make links with that. I probably should have changed the timer so that it's not gonna run out. Yeah, you might run out of time here while you're reading the cards. Ooh, Final Fantasy VI.
Hmm?
Oh, I did not mean to pin that. Ah, God. Ah, I am. Why am I stressing?
Yes, Tricky. It's trading.
Because you're talking about one
yeah.
of your favorite things, and you don't want everybody to be discouraged by the sheer volume of information.
Yeah. Ah, this is runic for hire. That makes sense. I don't remember what the benefit of runic stuff is in for hire. So the runic stuff, you're gonna want to add runic fountain to your hand, because runic fountain will let you cycle back the runic stuff. And then you can summon a runic from your extra deck to use as like summon material. Summoning Hugin from the extra deck will allow you to search for Runic Fountain, and then I guess Runic Tip would also let you search for Runic Fountain.
What is Edo Pro getting its sound effects from?
I don't know.
I swear I have heard these before. Maybe it's just because I watched you play the game.
Ox,
Yes.
why did Exodia the Forbidden One just get banished from the top of your deck?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Oh no, I'm playing
You made an anime deck.
Well, I think
I
the anime.
found the original. I found the season 1 deck and built it.
Oh.
Why have you done that?
I will have you know that none of the Magnet Warriors are in the season 1 deck, so
Okay.
you can't cry.
Okay. All right.
You can and you will. Exodia is here. I think that's enough.
I know I can't use Exodia Racine. It's okay. I had to do something funny. We stay silly.
Yep. So that lets you search Runic Fountain. And then Fountain, when you activate a spell, it'll let you. When you activate a runic spell, it'll let you shuffle 3 runic spells back and draw cards equal to the number of spells you shuffled. And then it also lets you activate your runic spells from the hand. And then I don't know. I've not played Runic for Hire. I don't know how that plays into it.
The other 2 voices are Telios, who also streams, and Brian, who I don't
No, I
think does.
fucking don't.
All right. www.twitch.com/
Yeah, fossil dig searches that one. Telio streams
I
sometimes.
rarely do.
Okay, so it's my turn. Cool. All right. Let's do. Ooh. Okay.
I don't actually stream on Twitch. I mostly just stream games to Discord servers.
But never the one that I'm on.
Yeah, it's mostly because there's a server with a lot of old friends, and so I streamed the entirety of the Yakuza franchise there specifically. And I mean the entirety. It took a while. I honestly probably should have streamed that on Twitch. It would have been content. There was a lot of mahjong screaming.
Okay, have
I'd watch that.
a good doggos, Tricky. And then Rex lets you search a for hire spell trap. No,
Hell,
that's
do you mind
okay.
if I
I-
in front of people?
That's okay, Yoshi. Well, the problem is I don't actually know how to teach Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's
So
true.
Look, I've tried with mahjong. It's hard.
Yeah, streaming can be very exhausting. So, especially after raids, I use that as an excuse to take a break. Not that we raid anybody anymore. I'm a bad streamer.
it's because I'm EP.
This is true.
I stream late at night, so when I get off stream, I just leave.
Fuck this.
I knew for higher combos at some point. I'm kind of kicking myself for not. Because I know they want to summon Raphael. I think that's the Monster Negate one from the main deck. And then they want to summon, I think, Fulgo from the extra. Because they route through the Link 2 to get more material, summon the Link 3. Have I tried not being EP? You know, you make a compelling argument.
It's all it's 90% mental, 10% physical. All about
I don't think
attitude.
that's true. I think you're lying to me.
I would never.
Was it not compelling last night? What do you mean?
It's the same argument.
Yeah. Destroy. And... yeah, you want to use the tribute effect on Donner, I think? Yeah, you make Donner, and then you tribute Donner with her own effect, to summon a for hire from hand or graveyard with a different name, and then you can summon another one, and that lets you cycle through cards in your graveyard. I'm remembering. Think because beat is God. I, if I knew the for hire combos, I could be more helpful here.
I have no idea what I am doing, but I'm having fun. All
Like
right.
pressing buttons in a fighting game.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
Pretty much.
it does help to just kind of like get behind the wheel and figure out what does what, and that can help you figure out what the deck does. Although that's something I can do because I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, so
Back to my hand.
yeah, that adds beat to the hand. Or summons it.
For everybody watching at home, Tell's playing with an actual deck. I am playing with the garbage deck from Yu-Gi-Oh! The original anime. So they're gonna be a little bit. They're gonna have more complex actions. Yugi's deck is pretty basic. And I'm not posting it because actually there's no reason not to, right?
I don't know, the element of surprise, I guess?
Yeah, unicorn is removal. You can spin the face down, I think. Yeah. Do you have to buy your decks for the game, or do I get access to all the cards? For this simulator, you just get access to the cards. There is also Master Duel, which is like the official Yu-Gi-Oh! Game,
And Duel Links, which you shouldn't play.
and Duel Links, which you shouldn't play. And then there you have to buy cards, but they're also like really generous with the currency in Master Duel. But yeah, since we're on a simulator, so we just have whatever cards we need.
God, Yugi's deck fucking sucks.
I told you. I told you.
I know, but you know I had to do this.
Yugi's deck is so bad.
It's so bad.
I have no clue what I'm doing. I'm feeling I'm wasting a lot of cards here, but
I'm hamstrung. I can't do anything because of my. Hey, Tricky, he always wins because he believes in the heart of the cards. I believe that I'm gonna get my ass kicked by an actual deck. There are 40 cards in Yugi's deck. It's literally the lowest possible number that you can activate with.
Oh,
Hey, listen, that can be a good thing.
yeah. Generally, you actually do want to run a lower number of cards because it's more consistent. you can more consistently access your good cards. Because
Or I
instead of
can
having to find them in
consistently
40,
get
60
Yugioh
cards. Ugh. Yeah, just draw Lord of Crowns. It's easy.
That's not the season 1 deck. You don't understand.
What is the Fur Hire link for? I don't remember. Hang on, Fur Hire.
Actually, I don't even think Lord of Crowns is.
Link for Hire. Philadelphia WCK. Okay, here's the list. Yeah, Raphael, Donpa, Philo. Okay. And then the link. There's not a link for it. It's Fulgo is the link 3. Oh, you've made access code talker. Well, there you go. Now you get to swing for 1,000,000 damage.
Oh,
Ow.
Oh, you can yeah, during the main phase you can use access code talker to remove cards from your opponent's field by banishing link monsters from the graveyard. So access code talker is like a really it's a common like powerful OTK enabler. OTK is 1-turn kill. Because it gets 1,000,000 attack and then removes your opponent's cards.
I mean, considering the fact that it has 5,300 attack, I can see how.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Yugi's deck can out 5,300 attack, even if it doesn't have any protection.
No.
Just I just equip a giant fucking sword, and I'm gonna bludgeon you to death with it.
Why can't I do? Oh. I can't do anything. It literally wouldn't let me even put a monster on the thing. So. Do it, Tal. End it.
I mean, like
You can't.
from to the turn.
You're called Tryhard?
Vector versus code tacos activated.
What was that?
Okay.
Yeah, so you can...
Delete that.
Oh,
No. Bye!
well, you might end up having to... Oh, never mind. Yeah, you were already going to
Well.
destroy it with access code, but... And it's worth noting that using the runic spells does make you skip your next battle phase.
Oh. So, should have just skipped that and go to battle phase. Bonk.
Yeah.
Oh well. It's really funny for some reason I stumble my way into having a 5,000 attack card.
Access code is big swing kill mode. So, yeah, what you can do now is, you can banish the unicorn from the grave to get rid of that face down so you can swing directly. With access code's effect.
This is such a bad fucking deck. It's not even funny.
I told you.
I know, but you know I had to do it. It's so much funnier this way. No, my actual deck would probably actually let me do things, for one.
Yeah.
So, activate
Then
this.
Zodia.
Okay, so if I banish...
You can banish the
Oh.
Oh yeah,
That-
you can banish a Donner.
I
Boop.
go straight to battle phase. And bonk.
53.
There we go.
Oh! Okay then. Ow.
Health bar is a little not great right now.
No, that's fine.
Are you sure?
I just need to draw all the Yugioh cards.
Believe in the heart of the cards, Fox.
Yeah, that'll do it.
No, just
Gonna do
just
it this time.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
just draw Mirror
Yep.
Force. It's fine. Ah, Mammoth Graveyard. It's a mammoth that protects the graves of its pack and is absolutely merciless when facing grave robbers. I think that
With
can
a
beat
whopping
access code.
1200. Yeah. Sure. Oh, click the wrong button.
Wait,
Sure.
why did you put it into attack mode?
Because it literally doesn't matter. You're going to kill me no matter what.
You can prolong one more turn. Well, no,
Yeah,
you can't,
and-
because if I banish yet another card,
Yep.
that the graveyard is dead.
I could
Well-
drag it out one more turn, and that's totally going to get me all 5 pieces of Exodia, including the one in my.
Yeah,
what did
the
you call it?
the one in the
Super
banishment.
graveyard.
Yeah.
And I've found my strategy, and I now shall kill you.
I'll use my actual deck next time.
Okay. What is your actual deck?
Brian, do you want a round?
I am good for now.
If I do
I-
rematch, it's probably going to sit me with the same
I
deck,
don't
right?
actually know how to export text for fucking.
I'm gonna do
this
that.
website.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and open up another room. Spectate.
Dingo, did you want a round? Even though you're spectating?
No, I'll watch.
Alright, you know what? Fuck it.
Do you want me to send you Yu-Gi-Oh's deck? Or Yugi's deck?
I will pass.
What if we both played Yugi's deck?
I will pass.
My mistake was picking Yugi's deck and not Seto Kaiba's. That was
That
my error.
wouldn't have helped you, but
Oh.
I don't think there's anything in Kaiba's Season 1 deck that could do better than 5300. Because I don't think it's until Season... Was it Season 1 that he got the... I don't remember what it's called. The Blue Eyes Triple Dragon or whatever.
Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
That.
Let me go back to here.
Okay, so beat. I'm looking at the for hire deck so I can remember how for hire combos work.
Yeah, even the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's only got an attack of 4500, so...
Yeah.
Saving this fucking Yu-Gi-Oh guide to my NAS so I have it on all my machines next time I need to look up something Yu-Gi-Oh related.
Okay, so Rex searches a spell trap, and then
Is-
lets you add a card to your hand. Beat.
Okay, look. Fox did this to himself, okay?
Huh. Is
Yeah, no,
Memento
Fox
not
chose
in the sim?
What was
Fox did say, I would like to learn Yu-Gi-Oh.
that? What was that, Tell?
Is Memento in the sim?
Yes, Memento is in the sim. I
Is
have
it not?
It is. I can send you here. Let me send you the deck.
Okay, because I'm trying to KE copy it.
YDKE.
It's not working.
I will export and post.
Sure, why not? Might as well. There we go.
Nope, not plan plus AI. Boop. Room's up.
Oh.
Okay, so the memento list should.
What was
Should
the
be-
pack that you got during my first visit?
That was I got Dark World. I got 3 Dark World structure decks, and then I got what pack did I get? I got the one with Yugioh in the front. Power of the Elements, I think? No.
There we go.
I got 3
What?
packs of Phantom Nightmare. That's it.
No,
the
Tricky.
moment I step
Definitely not that.
into the moment I step into physical Yu-Gi-Oh, it's all over for me.
Okay.
I need to find an LGS around here. Okay, and start. Telios is going first. So, oh god, how do I explain the memento combos? So you want to get as many differently named mementos in your graveyard as you can, as well as a combined creation, so that you can summon the combined creation. Darkblade, Angwitch, and Tatsuno Toshigo are good starters. Squad.
Just for like normal summoning, right?
Yeah. Tatsuno Toshigo can special summon itself, and it can send a bunch of cards to your graveyard, which can start your combo. Darkblade can get you into Angwitch. Angwitch can search to start a combo. Darkblade starts combo. All of them are good like combo starters. And Reinforcement of the Army can search Darkblade. So,
Search Darkblade. Summon monster from your deck. So if I normal summon this,
and then you can destroy it to special summon a level 3 or lower memento from your deck. So you can
so
summon...
activate it.
Yep.
Activate a card of. Wait,
There's
hold
probably
on.
not anything you want to chain to that.
Not even a fusion.
No, hold on to that fusion. You can use that later in the combo.
So destroy that itself.
Yep. And then that can summon, you probably want to go into Angwitch from here.
So get a level 2. Huh.
Because Angwitch lets you search for a memento. And that's the important bit. Let me swap sides, here we go. But... So Angwitch can search you Tatsuno Toshigo, which will let you dump a bunch of... You can summon it and then immediately pop it to dump a bunch of cards.
Oh, so by activating it?
Hmm. And then you can activate its effect to destroy itself, and then send a bunch of cards from your deck to the graveyard.
Hmm.
It's a nice card.
Yeah. Memento is cool, like, thematically. I like it. Because these are all, like, a bunch of old pack filler cards that are now cool skeleton monsters.
I have no idea what I'm doing now.
Ah. So I probably wouldn't have done that. Well, actually, you'd have a fusion in hand, so that might not be a terrible thing to do. Yeah, you can probably fuse into Combined Conqueror now with the mementos in your graveyard.
So activate a fusion?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know what else is in your hand, but just knowing that, I would probably do that. Because SP is a good thing to have on your end board.
I went to school for web development, and if W3 Schools is anything like it used to be, it's probably your best bet still. It's probably a little dated, but that was what everybody used even when I was in school. Like w3schools.org, I want to say.
Oh, you summon Twin Dragon.
Oh, by the
no,
way, there's
Combined Creation.
Blue Eyes an archetype in and of itself?
It is.
Yep.
Okay.
It is.
I remember you saying something about that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Blue Eyes support cards.
What the?
What the?
Oh my god, I just keep going!
Oh, it's .com now, .org.
Yeah, you do just get to keep going. This is the keep going card game.
Yeah, W3 Schools is and has been the, like, if you want to learn it, they probably got something for web development. Really all you need is HTML and CSS for most things, unless you want to get crazy, and I, as a professional web developer, I would like to recommend you not to get crazy.
I also recommend W3 Schools. That
Yes.
helped me a fuck ton.
That was the first thing I said. I was just like, that's the site. I recommended
that
that to
is
my
the
students
site.
when I was tutoring. I was like, you use this. It's probably out of date. It doesn't matter.
Ignite.
Databases are harder, but I don't know specifically what you're going for. Database means a different thing in the tech world. I assume if you're just looking to get like a page of a bunch of stuff, then HTML and CSS ought to be enough. Once you get into like web apps and stuff, that question gets complicated fast. I don't want to think about it.
Effect of that is activated.
Yeah, and I don't know why it let me activate it. That's not what I was trying to do.
Because you put it in your pendulum zone.
What is it asking me to do here?
It might be asking if you want to respond with Combined Conqueror, because Combined Conqueror has a quick effect.
No, because I would destroy the Combined Conqueror, I think.
Yeah. But I mean, destroying the Combined Conqueror is not a terrible thing to do.
Oh, right, because it's a zombie deck, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
In zombie deck, well, we destroy it, it's go to the graveyard. Oops, I can just bring it back from the graveyard.
Yep. And with Memento specifically, cards in the graveyard are just material for Combined Creation. And your fusions as well. And those just get shuffled right back into your deck to summon a big thing.
Hmm. Okay then.
There's your field spell. Memento Mictlan.
In a field as material.
So now, actually, if you destroy that Combined Conqueror with its own effect, you can use the effect of the field spell to summon something from your graveyard, like Tatsuno Toshigo.
Oh my god, this is... Oh hey, this is kind of insane.
Yeah, right?
Alright, Templar, bye.
I recall you recording a video that was about 5 minutes of you doing a turn 0 combo with a particular archetype.
Oh yeah.
And then I can, you know,
You may have needed to wait for the momentum econ to, like, resolve. I don't actually know. But you have fusion, so it's fine.
well, I guess I have another one of those.
And you can actually put that Combined Conqueror back in the extra, yeah.
Huh.
And now, on summon, you can send cards from your deck to the graveyard. Oh. Well, it doesn't
Send
stop
to
the effect, but it does
graveyard,
put
Language.
Combined Conqueror face down.
It saves my frickin' life points until I can get a monster on the field.
So, what would you send to the graveyard here? Sending Gaddock would probably be a good idea. Gaddock and
Gaddock?
something you want in your hand, because Gaddock can summon itself and then add something from your graveyard to your hand. Maybe
There you go.
like Gaddock,
Gaddock,
Mystical
Darkblade.
Sheep, and or Darkblade. Darkblade would work.
This entirety of this card is just this deck is just to sending the graveyard, summon it from the graveyard, continue.
Yep. You want to load up the graveyard as fast as possible, so that you can summon a Combined Creation. Oh, I should have told you to send Combined Creation to the graveyard.
Oh, and then I can just do that. And then I can do that.
Yep.
And then I... Wait, why is the graveyard glowing?
Oh, because you have Mystical Sheep in there, I believe. Or, no, you have Fusion in
Oh.
there. Fusion, you can activate while it's in the graveyard.
And activating it.
It lets you search
Banish it
for
from
a
dead.
Memento spell trap. Who is winning? Currently, they're both at 8,000 life points.
What
Hell's
about
winning.
hold on that?
Tell
Just summon
us.
that.
Fella's learning how to combo.
Just hold it for now.
I was up 1 on account of Fox playing a meme deck earlier.
I might as well do this while the enemy feels empty.
Hmm.
Could have worked too.
And
And
then-
hit for like 5,000 and something.
Then if I hand
I'll be right back. I'm gonna need some water.
if I activate this,
Ricky, what do you mean? How many games does each person have?
and banish this, and then add I will end for now.
Oh, this is the second game, and Tell is, as Brian mentioned, Tell's up 1 because I played the funny deck last time.
And I stumbled my way into having a giant fucking greatsword and pummel Fox with it.
I'm back.
Well, this is ironic. I
What's
wonder if that
ironic?
works.
Oh. You know? You know?
Exactly.
Sometimes it's just like that.
I don't know if this is gonna work, but you know what? Let's give it a shot. I think there.
Bamboo sword?
I don't know if it'll actually work.
You'll
'Cause we're
need a
technically
direct
even.
attack.
Yeah.
So, and you can't attack directly because they have monsters. You could also,
Oh, that's what they mean by direct attack. Got it.
yeah,
Your hand a graveyard. Okay.
you can also equip a bamboo sword from your deck, but I don't know what other bamboo swords you're running or what other bamboo swords would even be useful here.
I have several of them actually.
Oh.
But I'd have to send it to the graveyard, and I don't think I can do that this turn, right?
You
'Cause I
can.
placed it.
No, you can activate the effect.
Bu- 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 bu. Nope.
Oh, do you not have any other bamboo swords in the deck?
No, I do. I've got I think 3 more,
Oh,
but yeah, it's not letting me. Maybe I might have to do it in made phase 2.
no,
I'm not sure.
the only reason that wouldn't be working is if you don't have any valid targets. So, are they all original bamboo sword?
No, they're different bamboo sword.
Hmm. And send this equipped card to the graveyard. Huh. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hop to bat, or I'm not gonna attack because that would be silly. Well, I don't know if I. No, because even if I attack Tell's Dark Blade, it's gonna kill both monsters. They're still gonna have Combined Conquer on the field. It would send my bamboo sword to the graveyard, but it wouldn't. It would just put another bamboo sword in my hand. You know what? I'm just gonna do some random weird shit. Tal, get ready to win.
And yes.
Oh no, I'm just trying stuff out.
And immediately do that.
And Gaddick lets you add a card to your hand.
Oh, hey, looky, what came back? It's almost as if I'm playing a zombie deck.
That's weird. Okay.
You know,
Nothing
I
new
can play
there.
Memento. I can learn to play Memento.
If it's the deck you like, I mean, really, the best deck to learn on is a deck you're passionate about. So if you like Memento, then by all means, go for it.
Mm.
Okay, so I'm just gonna... just banish. Banish mean they go to where my fusion is, right?
Yep.
That's completely out of play.
Yeah. Bone Party. Yeah, that's a searcher. Or well, actually, it's that.
Ooh, nice.
There's combined creation. Mitan. I do think the Aztec theming is super cool. And there's Goblin, and then Goblin can destroy itself to send 2 other mementos, and that should put you at just enough to summon combined creation. You just send like Darkblade and Angwitch or something. It doesn't really matter which, because they're just going to go right back to the deck. And then you should be able to activate Combined Creation now.
Mm. 1, 2.
Up.
Oh my god, just continuously cycling back.
Yep, it's a lot of recycling resources. And there's Combined Creation. And you can probably flip the
Destroy.
Combined Conqueror back. Oh wait, no, actually you can't, because of Floodgate Trap Hole. So that's just face down. But you do have Combined Creation.
Well. Bonk. Do I... No. End phase.
I'm confused as to how Bamboo Sword works because if it destroys all monsters your opponent controls,
You would use it with monsters that are able to attack directly through other means, like by their own
gotcha,
effects
okay.
or a different equip spell.
oh, it's so on.
It's so on.
It's so over. It's so over.
No, just Heart of the Cards. This is
Yeah,
your...
no, I'm dead serious. It is on.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, I just need to find a way to set Combined Conqueror and throw it into the graveyard and can eventually resummon it.
Yeah.
So that doesn't count. Interesting. Oh well.
Oh, you can summon
What's...
Combined Creation back. But yeah, face down cards, you won't be able to target them with stuff that needs a specific like name in the target.
See. And that's not enough. I'm guessing the Combined Emperor is just staying there for the rest of the battle now.
Yeah, seems like it. I mean, eventually Fox will have to attack over it if he wants to win.
Oh, don't worry, I will.
I see. I look forward to seeing that.
If Tell is brave enough to let me attack in the next round. Where have I seen that Darkblade before? Like 11 times. Zombie decks are very interesting.
Yeah, a lot of decks can do a lot of things with the graveyard.
You mean your third hand?
Yeah.
no, you won't get to see it then.
Mm-hmm. You did set Karibo.
I did.
How did that go for you?
I was building dramatic effect, okay?
Yeah.
Set the bone party.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
The only resource really in Yu-Gi-Oh! That really does seem to be
Card.
draw.
Yep. Cards in the cards you have in your hand are really the only resource. Cards in the hand, cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, especially since you only draw one per turn.
Gayest Yu-Gi-Oh card? There are some gay Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Evil Twin K-Scale Layla. That's a pretty gay one. Eldritch the Golden Lord, specifically the alt art.
I mean, I can just do this.
Oh, I can't do anything.
You have
Stab.
been poked to death.
Well,
Yep.
Rest in peace. Would you like me to send you a deck, Fox?
No, I actually do have real decks.
Okay.
I just wanted to try out mine.
Okay. I think it's about time for the stream to end. It is.
It is.
It is about that time. Anyway, let me show you Eldritch the Golden Lord. This is the alt art of Eldritch the Golden Lord.
That's one of two of the options.
Yeah. And anyway. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. Did that go well? I don't really know. I hope it went well. I hope it was enjoyable.
I mean,
Yeah, it
several
was
games were run
fun.
successfully, and now I have a large amount of information on how summoning actually works, because that's always confused me.
I have a vague idea, but again, I'm the type to learn by doing the thing, not by writing it down, reading it over and over.
Yeah, I mean,
Well.
all the explanation was mostly just the rules, and that's knowing how to play, but not necessarily knowing how to win. I mean, so I'll okay, I'm gonna cut the stream here. Thank you everyone for coming out. Wednesday more Terraria? Question mark.
Yes.
Mom, Dad, I'm Link Summon.
Brian's a Link monster.
Accurate.
What's your Link rating?
I like to think I'm probably just like a Link 2 or some shit.
You're a Link too?
Yeah, I was gonna say Link 2.
I don't rate myself, below like a 2, but I don't think I'm worth like a 3 or a 4. That's a little bit much.
Hmm. Okay, yeah. So Terraria Wednesday.
Yeah.
We will be doing hard mode stuff, and maybe we will get killed by a mech boss at some point.
I like how she said maybe, as if I wasn't gonna die repeatedly.
um. Yeah, thanks for putting up with my info dumping.
I mean, that's why we were here.
That's that's
That's
literally why.
literally why.
We wanted
it's
to.
literally-
We wanted 4 hours of info dump.
It's literally in the stream title. It's a class. Why else would we attend the class if not for the info dumping?
That's fair.
You're the professor. What you do? You gotta
I gotta.
legally.
Okay, I'm gonna wrap up the stream now. Thank you for coming out. I will see you all next time. Good night.